Attribution. Things I sent, right? Jason. etc. There we go. Forward. Where is he? Ivan plotting. Let's attach something here. It's not here. Yep, stop. P what? 2007. Force hand, bro. Yeah. Sure it was. Right. What else we gotta do? Disarmor. Oh, what the fuck? Come on, there was something else you need to do. I know it. What else do you need to do? Come on, don't bail on me. There's something you need to do. What do you need to do? What you need to do? Chew. Tax. Bookkeeping. hours. Say 7. Here's another one. JVR. P. H. Nice. What was the last one? JFCPA. Self-financial. Corporate what? Another one. JF. Charter. Yes. GFCPA. Ooh. Ooh. JF. $33. This is too sick. Alright, nice. Good. Any time for you to do. If you want to could just like leave it simple. Yeah, I could just say like hey. Okay, good. That's that. That is settled.
Wash your hair, brush your teeth.
ready. Do we really need this? I feel like we don't really need this. So what are you gonna do? Okay. Good shit. Better be. Wait. Would we consider this separate? It's true. It's a timer, right? So where are we already? Okay, no, basically. Human associates. Okay. Alright, we got it. 3, 2, 1, go. I don't fucking advertising. Fuck off with that shit. Fuck off with that shit, yo. Fucking Spotify, bro. What a bitch. Ready? Alright, no more bullshit, right? Sounds lovely. You don't need to hear it. 3, 3, 2, 1. Start. Yo, morning. Welcome back to Projekt ZRA. We are here with another behind-the-scenes marathon video, I believe number 35. And this one is, of course, going to be more physically oriented. We're covering real-world kind of vlogish materials. And what you see in the display here, this way, yeah. Over here is a little snippet. We will have to get to that in a moment. But basically it covers some correspondence and real-life relations and communication and so on and so forth. I am also being mindful now of the fact that I do have the ability to see how long each video lasts. So I'm going to be more mindful of how long I'm taking, whether it's too short or too long, especially since I'm cutting video with a new format now. I released a past video maybe a couple of days ago saying that there's a new format that I'm going to be testing out, which is basically how most people do their streams. They break up their videos, not their streams, but their videos, break it up into individual topics, and each video covers one or two topics that are really related to each other, or just a singular topic, instead of kind of conglomerating a mass, very vague and generic topic that's very abstract, like, oh, the number of tabs I have to take care of, or all these tasks I have to take care of, right? Instead, just break it down. Each video focus on a singular niche or context of that one task. So that might be income tax, and we'll make a whole video on income tax. And of course, it's going to be a lot shorter, right? But that's a good thing. It doesn't have to run on for like 45 minutes. But I have to be mindful that I do have enough time to cover about 15 minutes worth of content, because maybe 12 minutes or 8 minutes or something like that. I don't want to make it too short either. Okay, so this is really covering real life stuff. So mostly it's going to be a bit of correspondence, a bit of products, financing, business, and then we also have to cover some, objects like food that we missed on, but some credit cards and all that kind of crap. So without further ado, this is a very finance heavy, you could say, finance reality check. Okay, so without further ado, let's just dive into the left hand side here. There's some stuff here that, speaking of finance, why don't we start with that first? That's a good way to start. Okay, so we have here, and I'm not going to showcase what it is necessarily too much, but there is a card here, credit card. Obviously, I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but it's sorry, not a credit card, a debit card. So I'm going to take this and stash it away, and it came with, of course, an envelope and letter. Of course, I can't show too much about that, but I can briefly show this way here. Okay, so this is basically a renewed card that I received just automatically, because when you have a debit card or credit card that is about to expire, or if they have certain new policies rolling out or new features that require a new card, such as this one, they decide to incorporate MasterCard into the bank card. So now it basically can use tap. If I ever want to go to withdraw some money, if you just tap onto insert or swipe, and then sign, and then type in PIN. None of that's necessary, it's all pre-authorized. So I'm going to read a little bit of the excerpt here, right? So this is particularly important for me, and I've done it already, but the instructions are, here's your new blah-de-da debit card, which is a blah blah MasterCard. I'm blanking on certain things because I don't want to say specifically which financial institution it's from. Take me for a spin. So important, we've made it easy to activate your card. Choose one of the following three methods. So 1, you can sign in to your account online or through your mobile app using your new card number and your existing password. 2, you can make a purchase by inserting your new card and using your existing PIN at a point of sale in any retail shop. Tapping to purchase won't activate your new card, however. And 3, insert your new card in any blah 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 ATM and input your existing PIN. By activating your new debit card, you accept the associated revised terms and conditions that are enclosed with your card. The complete terms and conditions that apply to your use of the debit card can be found online at bladida.com under the Products and Services Agreement. Okay, so, and then I decided to throw in a little bit of weird accentuation at the end there, something along the lines of Dutch-German mixed, just to spice it up, because like it's kind of boring just reading all that. Overall, just fooling around. At the very back, there are also some more important things like terms and agreements in fine print. You definitely won't be able to read this if you can't read the large print, but I'm not going to read that either, of course. It's kind of boring stuff. Basically, the terms and conditions that apply to your use of Interact Debit. Contactless payments can be found at bladida.com, and it goes through a couple lines of that kind of stuff. Alright, we're going to close this, and we're going to take this and actually have to put this back in the bag, so region A, because I need something that's sort of like credit or utility bill or something like that to verify my address when I go to the food bank that I'm going to be exploring in the future. So as for that card that I just completed and showcase very minorly here, we're going to put that inside a wallet, right? Just like a wallet. This, I'm not going to showcase very much of it. This is a weird way to hold my wallet, but I'm trying not to show you anything. So I'm going to basically do that, and that'll happen off camera, obviously. Okay, so that's some finished stuff there. That's finance related. Meanwhile, we're talking about physical items, so we can kind of wrap up some finished stuff. Unfinished business from yesterday's video, which we covered some food that we received from the food bank. It was really, really nice. Really generous people and very hardworking people for sure. And I remember when I used to work for the food bank, so it comes full circle. Well, I didn't work, I volunteered for the food bank, but that was like a decade ago. So funny how things turn around, right? Anyways, I can finally show you the meal that was. So there were two meals. Yesterday I said there was a very thick, like slice of ham, black forest ham. It was so good, so tender. I can't believe this hot meal is like from the food bank, but it's crazy. Um, it was really nice, anyways. And of fruit potato wedges. So we had the vegetables, and I didn't get to show you because I ate all of it yesterday. Commenting on the fact that the sauce was dripping everywhere. I just want to finish it. Well, here's the second one open, and I can actually show you now how big the slice of meat here is. And we did our blessings yesterday. We gave our set of prayers and amens to the organization that provided this video. So this is like just 40% of it. It used to be, of course, I ate more than half of it already. So it's a very large slab of nice food, and the phone's over there. I can probably show to the live stream. Yeah, so that's it. Potatoes and stuff. Anyways, that's it. There's also a cheese bun that I finished, and I finished the boiled egg as well. Very nice food, very good food. Must be blessed and grateful for. When you're in the worst of times, there's always going to be the best of people by your side if you actually actively take out the will and effort and discipline to seek out aid. There will be there. Not always. I recognize that it's a cruel world, of course, but that's why we have to be even more appreciative of the moments where we do receive kindness. What else I want to mention? There's probably something I forgot to mention over here. 2 purchases from groceries yesterday. So material items once again, but more to do with food. We have sparkling ice, blackberry drink, and no sugar, of course, and trying to cut down sugar. Also be wary of the fact that that does have a bit more sweetener, sucralose, than I would like. And then here's some dried mangoes. So I'm not really obeying my own rules anyways. But if you have a drink that's got no sugar, you can afford to eat a little bit more sweets, kind of things, kind of like balancing out in a sense. All right, just don't eat the whole bag at once. Okay, so that's a physical material side. I think, what else? I should probably put that in the drawer. The food goes back in the bag. I may save it here because I am doing a marathon today, like a back-to-back. We'll punch out like 6, 7, 8 videos most likely. I'm kind of locked in here for now due to the dynamic around the household. So now what we can do is, let me take a look at the time. I noticed that it's about 8 minutes in. Is there anything else physical that I can sort of cover? Because I realize that that's about it for okay, I guess that's it. We can't really, it's already 9 minutes. That's a very long video just covering physical items, so I'm not going to try to cover any more than this. I'll do the next video on correspondence, so that one will have this display over here, which is a little tiny snippet, and I hope to maintain it that small. I don't want to make it any bigger, because when I enlarge it, there may be names. I don't want to reveal names or any sort of confidential information and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to leave it like that as I speak and read it out loud to the viewer. So expect a bit of reading for the next video. That's it for this one. I guess I'll upload this immediately, so I'll see you there in the next video where we cover correspondence and so on and so forth, official stuff, finance. Okay, take care. This is our sign up. Peace. conserve my energy. Yeah, well, it's gonna get boring eventually, so conserving energy is gonna do only so much. You do too much, it eventually gets boring. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Sevens. That's banking, debit, interact, food, health. Inventory, wallet, log, food bank, gratitude, thankfulness, essence, volunteer, storytelling, behind the scenes. And it's yeah, that's it. IRL. Okay. 3. Okay. That's a good point. Starting Spotify. Don't waste my time, guys. Yeah, I'm not very patient right now. Don't have a lot of time to fool around. That's kind of dumb. Browser source on that. There, let's introduce a new source. so sick, dude. Hey, nice. Yo, that's sick, man. Bruv. Why didn't we do this shit sooner, bro? I feel like an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, ready? You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Morning, guys. Welcome back to the Projekt ZRA. Respite here with another marathon, episode number 36, I believe. I had to think about that a little bit. So here we are following up from the previous episode, was more on behind the scenes physical objects and items in reality that we had to take care of, and it had some segue into finance and basic survival needs like food, shelter, stuff like that, as well as debit cards and some stuff in mail. But we covered the physical stuff. So now in this particular video, we're going to be covering correspondence. So this is more abstract, it's more digital, it's virtual. Just some, we're going to be running through some emails and how to professionally, or just maybe semi-formally, I wouldn't say professionally, get in touch with professionals or counselors or colleagues, and just general professional communication that you would have with other people as you're doing business or services, or so on and so forth. And I'll be running through 2 emails, one with a income tax accountancy and another one has to do with community organizations, so trying to liaise with a caseworker, so on and so forth. If you're facing any hardships, that's a place to go. See if you can find a community organization. So income tax, also community organization, and those are emails. And then we'll also be running through some basic business stuff, so business products, and the sort of mishap that I made. I was supposed to make some changes to an automatic monthly order yesterday, but we'll cover that later on. And then we'll wrap off the video, I think, by covering one last aspect, if I can't remember what it is here. Right, scouring for income tax new alternatives, because I recognize that I've been relying too heavily on certain sources for basic needs it's not even basic, it's probably something you don't have to do if you're in a third world country for sure. It's only in like a developed country where you do have to do all this like extra stuff, and like there's a lot to manage. Right, you don't really think about income tax if you can't even afford to provide food and put a roof over your head. But of course, as things have developed, life gets really complicated, and particularly finances here, I had to seek out accountants and different tax accountants, and we're going to do some research into that. All right, so that's kind of a quick rundown of what we're going to do. So let's just dive right into it. Let's get to the emails. And I'm being mindful, I realized it took 3 minutes. I have to make sure that next time I don't take as long. First thing that I have to mention, really cool here, I have gone to OBS Studio, the program file, and copied to it a little, banner picture that I have. Actually, sorry, I received a notification on my phone. That's a little different from what I'm used to. Okay, anyways, this little banner here is something that I usually put on my profile, but I'm using it now. I copied it and pasted it into the portable folder for OBS Studio, so that we can actually use it to block out private information. So the display here is now, or the browser scene here is being blocked out and masked out by this a little thing here. I can sort of move that image around the banner here, so it's very nice, and I can resize it. Thanks to Nutty, once again, from his channel over on YouTube, for teaching me how to create a portable backup of OBS Studio. Okay, let's dive into it. The nuts and bolts, so let's block out some private stuff. Let's run through some basic, so I gave a greeting, hey, blah. Let's just say IV is the name, let's say, an abbreviation or so on and so forth. Privacy, confidentiality, we're not going to say who or what. To follow up from yesterday's conversation, so we gave a greeting, just kind of informal this time because we have seen each other multiple times, and then in person, and we got to know each other on a more personal level. To follow up from yesterday's conversation, a throwback, please find the following. And this was a very straightforward communication piece of email, because I ended up having sent a previous email which was too convoluted, and we had a conversation about that. So basically I was going to make this a lot more short and concise. To follow up from yesterday's conversation, please find the following. And I have included a bunch of documents here. Alright, so incomplete draft statement includes like T4, T5, whatever. It also has a copy of an excerpt from a previous email sent to another organization, but that this person, the case manager here, would be interested in hearing from. So one, employment statement like T4, right? Tax information from your employer, my previous employer, attached to this email above. Number two, right, like a benefit statement, so it's like a T7, T5, T8 from the city's social services, attached also above. And before I used Google Drive and so on and so forth, but that caused a bunch of issues because he's working for an organization, their security software and system detects that and says they can't let him go to my link. So, and then three, last but not least, so I would decide to attach it now. And three, last but not least, include also a finished draft description, incomplete draft description of my current situation, sent over to another organization dealing with men's domestic abuse, and families who have been torn apart, especially from a very manipulative cluster B wife who's usually trying to take away all the assets, the finances, and even their own child, sons and daughters from these men. So it's a very tragic thing. And but anyways, there's a draft description I sent of my stuff over to them. And then now my current caseworker wants to see that as well, because he'd like to help assist me with something. Not going to go into too much detail, right, for example. Anyway, as you mentioned, we will of course have to refine, amend, and edit the excerpt's content and structure, which we talked about. And have a great remainder of your weekend. Blah-de-da, right? Thanks again for all your help thus far. Confidential stuff, right? In regards. And if I scroll down, there's a little tab here, and it opens up the previous email that I forwarded, and this one goes really deep, and it's from a different organization, right? And I sent to basically a different housing shelter at the time. At the time, it was quite a difficult time, of course. I couldn't find a place to go. I was spending 18 hours outside every day. It's quite awful. But following the previous message, can you add me to the wait list for the Blah-de-da shelter, right? Blah-de-da, because again, confidentiality, so on and so forth, due diligence. I wanted to credit some people who had helped me, the coordinators as well. I'm having difficulty summarizing the situation, even urgency. Unfortunately, this consistent pattern I find fixed, and so on and so forth. I'm fleeing consequences of domestic abuse, and so on and so forth. Tie in with my blah-de-da and da-de-da. I'm not going to go through that. Private stuff, I'm not going to showcase that. And it goes all the way through regarding testing ongoing solutions. I have learned, developed, and tested many nuanced things. I've received help from a variety of different organizations, and so on and so forth. I have worked on developing my own skills and ability to be, more stoic and more emotionally sane, and so on and so forth. Incomplete drafts at the very bottom. So this is very important. So this is called Figure 1. Figure 1 because this is an appendage of all the writing that I had tried to summarize of the current situation, which my previous counselor had asked me to do, but I couldn't summarize it concisely enough because it's a very complicated case spanning decades, so a lot has happened. But anyways, so let's give some examples here. I said figure 1 dash incomplete drafts, topics of interest, support programs and organizations, relevant ramblings, providing greater detail. So the first paragraph, these factors culminated into the degree into this current situation, accelerating into a negative downward spiral about 2 years ago. The time I lost her physically destructive job, blah, 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 it goes on and on and on. So it's a very long thing. Synopsis goes all through. It's like 10 paragraphs. There's lists here, lists of like symptoms, 11 different patterns of behavior that are very destructive and manipulative and abusive and violent, explosive. Like, been through all this, sent it all out. And now my current case wants to see that. So let's give some examples. So if you have a cluster B, borderline, narcissistic, antisocial, and histrionic, you'll get this. So for example, here's a current list of maladaptive behaviors that are not full inclusive. So persistent qualities in people that they seek include 1. Emotionally hypersensitive people with anger management issues. 2. High levels of arrogance, egotistical indulgence, right? They indulge in their grandiosity. 3. Intense vindictiveness, so they're very vengeful, very spiteful, bitterness, resentment. 4. Taking pride in throwing objects, slamming doors, creating loud bursts of noise to garner your attention when they don't receive it. 5. Being extremely dramatic, heated shouting bouts. They basically survive in drama. They thrive in drama. I'm looking for the right word there. 6. Deliberate intimidation tactics. So they try to instill fear into you. There's a real intention and malice to kind of push your buttons consistently, and they really get off on that kind of stuff. It's weird, right? So they take pleasure in your pain, in other words. 7. Explicit but empty threats of death, injury, and abandonment. So they may be empty threats, right? But the whole point, again, this has to do with intimidation as well. So you can tell this is a lot of and then it goes on. There's a longer list, of course, ending at one of the most prominent ones is number 11 I listed. Controlling, shaming, guilt tripping, manipulative behavior. So trying to control you, trying to make you feel awful for things that you've done, and so on and so forth. And then a consistent overstepping of interpersonal boundaries, right? This is just, there's so many layers to this, and they're all rumors, spreading slanders, accusations. Number 9, that's a big one. Trying to turn the whole community, turn the whole family, turn the whole whatever blood against you. It's a very common thing as well. Okay, anyways, that's that. So I'm gonna leave that email. Okay, that's a pretty long and lengthy one. I can tell it's already past 10 minutes. Surprise. I can't believe it took this long to get through it. I think that maybe as a result we have to end it off here. But I want to get more done. So what I'm going to do is, instead of closing this email with that, we'll cover another email here. This one is regarding income tax returns. So we have to cancel services. You know what? That's fine. I noticed that this one is a very long video already. It's already running on to 12 minutes long. That's very long for any video. So I'm going to stop it right here and say that because the next email has to do with income tax, and that one has to do with finances, income tax, it can be strung together with basically our research that we're going to go into searching for other tax accountants, which have been quite successful. So that's where we're heading, and that's the end of this video. I can't believe just a single email took up the entirety of this email, entirety of the video. But that's what it is, and so I guess I'll name this a video according to community outreach, right? Seeking for assistance, and so on and so forth. Okay, so with that being said, let's just put an end to this, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Let's not waste any more time. 3, 2. Holy shit. Motherfucking. Shit. Damn straight. Okay. Fucking. It's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty cool, man. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Nice. Okay, good. Oh, shit. 3, 2, 3. Well, do you want to maximize this? Because it's a bit small. Right, but contact information, so you want to do that. It's true. It's fine. 3, 2, 1. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Yo, welcome back to the Projekt ZRA. Rishav here with another marathon video number 37, I believe, and it's got to do with finances. So this is real life stuff. We're covering income tax. We're doing research into searching alternatives, other professionals, and so on and so forth, and other organizations. So that's the main topic of this particular video. And then we'll also cover related topics such as business products and some procurement for nutritional supplements and some hiccups that we had along the way, as well as professional writing and drafting emails, okay, just in a very simple fashion. So without further ado, this is a continuation. The previous video that I just knocked out and will be probably released the day before this one on Patreon most likely, and probably as a bonus episode that will be released for free on YouTube, even though it's supposed to be restricted to lucky 7 tiers, which is really the second tier. The point is, the previous one covered professional writing as well, greetings, just some very standard basic stuff about getting in touch with community organizations and seeking help and assistance when you need it. Something that I wish I would have done sooner in my earlier lives, but I did not until too late. But at least we're doing it now, because now it's better than ever. But that was community organizations and seeking food banks and housing shelter and refuge from abuse. But this one's focused more on finance and income tax and all that government and business related information and writing specifically for this. So let's just hop over. You can tell once again there's a little snippet here. I mentioned in the previous video. There's a little banner image that I have from my profile that I've used now as a privacy block, and on the bottom here you see all this stuff here. It's kind of still visible. This is not so important right now because we're just doing the research. It's not too big of a deal. All this stuff can be publicly found, but later on when we cover an email, it will be important for me to blot out certain information because I want to respect privacy and confidentiality as usual. So alright, so for the public information though, we have sought out in a kind of like somewhat of a further away district of our very large town or city. There's a suite that has several different accountant firms, and so the first one we'd like to run through is we're just basically doing a comparison. And for the record, usually when I do this kind of content where I show the screen, it's kind of flipped over, so I would flip over to the display tab, but I'm not going to do that because of private and, well, not private, but just general contact information that I don't know if I want to disclose so openly. I'm going to keep it very minimal, the visuals, down to this tiny little screen here. So it's hard for you to read anything, but that's intentional. So you'll just be watching me speak to you directly. So the first one of 3 that we want to research is over here. Chu and Associates Income Tax and Bookkeeping Services. It's like surfactant. Things are back to chemistry. No, Chu and Associates Income Tax and Bookkeeping Services. Very straightforward. I like the name of the company. They make it very clear that they're here to help you with income tax and bookkeeping. So, but anyways, over here we can see there's an address, there's hours, opens, of course, business hours, 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. And then it is the first result on that I my keywords were literally Chew tax bookkeeping services. And the reason why this is because I actually went in person physically. I went there to that suite on the offshoot of town or in a different district, and I found the office and I looked at the directory. And some people, there was a guy who just came out of like an international academy, came and stared at me because I was probably blocking the way. And at first I was like, oh, what's wrong? What am I doing? But anyways, I was reading the directory and I took down some notes of all the names there. And my goodness, that building has a lot of very nice washrooms too. I know it's a weird thing to comment on, but remember me being someone who had to seek refuge. I really appreciate like public facilities. So needless to say, I was over there and I took note of, there's a long list of like 20 different organizations within like 4-story high building, and it's all professional suites for legal, accounting, government related, private business, service, all that kind of stuff. And I took note of 3 or 4 different entries that have the potential for tax and accounting services geared towards small business individuals or corporate nature or something along those lines. So one of those is here, Chew and Associates Income Tax and Bookkeeping Services. This one might be a little bit more personal. It doesn't mention any sort of professional accounting, right? I mean, it doesn't mention any sort of corporate accounting, sorry. Of course, all accounting is professional. Anyways, they have the suite, the address, and so on and so forth. And what I really want to look for is after taking note of the names, to run through a review, right? Just like you go on Amazon, you purchase a product, you're going for a service, you're looking at the SaaS companies, you want to see the competitors, you compare the reviews, 5-star, 4-star, what are people saying? I wanted to do a comparison and a contrast, compare and contrast. And I noticed that this one doesn't have any reviews. Okay, that's the first thing. If I click on Google Maps right now, and it should show, let me see. Yeah, it's following through on this little tiny thing here, the window that you guys can see. Of course, here is the location, but it seems like there are no reviews. There's an overview, there's an about page, there's all that information, but there doesn't seem to be any signs of reviews. So we're going to hop over to the next tab. I will look at this further on. So I clicked on this link here to learn a little bit more about the company, see where they're listed, and they are listed here in a separate site. So they give full address, website, phone number, so on and so forth, and business information. Okay, but we'll look on to that further later on. The point is, I noticed that in this particular one, they don't have any signs of a review. So that's a little bit, that speaks to it being a very local and smaller name, potentially. But that doesn't mean that their credibility is lacking necessarily, right? So we don't, I mean, not their credibility might be lacking, but that doesn't mean that necessarily that they're not good at what they do. They might be great accountants anyways. So we'll keep that in mind, but again, it is a comparison between competitors. So the next one is GVP LLP, Corporate Accounting Services. And this one is also, again, same building, provides business advisory, corporate accounting, and taxation services. I like how to use 2 words, 2 words, 2 words. That's what I tend to do as well, right? It's a marketing thing. It's a bit of just communications. So business advice, corporate accounting, that's the main highlight there, corporate accounting. I like the fact that they're geared towards businesses. However, this may be because corporations are obviously very large entities. I'm a small business owner, if anything, a commission agent. So I don't know how appropriate, but it is something to keep in mind. We can see that there's someone here who is, apparently Rick Zhu is the partner there. Again, this is all just freely available online. So it's not like this is not like private information. This is publicly available information. Hence why I'm able to show this. Now, the main thing, of course, still, even though this one shows the actual people who are partnershiped or associates of this firm, it still, once again, does not show reviews. Website directions save call, but there are no reviews here. Once again, if I go to the map, Google Maps, I notice that once again, it's just an overview about, but there are no reviews. So, again, at this point, I was kind of losing faith a little bit. And I said, there's some alarm bells ringing. Are all of these accountants, all these firms gonna be basically review less, right? They have no reviews, and I was wrong. So the third and last one I searched up was JF, Chartered Professional Accountant. Chartered Professional Accountant is something you earn from a degree anyway, so CPA that we call them, right? The JFCPA. And this one, wow, first entry, multiple entries of the exact same organization. This one's performing very well in terms of SEO, search engine optimization. So Markham homepage, our team page, wow, LinkedIn, right, Facebook, they are doing a fantastic job marketing online digitally. Does this mean that they are good accountants? Maybe. So we want to find out, and we take a look, and in fact there are reviews, and in fact lots of reviews. So 5 stars all throughout, 33 Google reviews. We don't know the credibility of it, so we want to click on the Google reviews, take a look, and we can see patient, questions, tax filing, team, financially efficient, things that people mention. And here are the reviews. Super professional, truly considerate of our clients, responds promptly, provides useful advice. Fairly recent review, 2 years. This one me, also a pleasure of Jenny as our accountant 3 years ago. Here's one 4 years ago. Aaron, professional, experienced, considerate. And it's always the same. I noticed that they're always complimenting the same person here, by the way. It's always this Jenny person. 3 years, 2 years, 2 years, 3 years. Wow. It's very consistent. Very, very consistent. Oh, so Jenny is her name. Okay, J for Jenny. Got it. Amazing. Okay, great stuff. And a year ago, this was very recent, just a year ago, I am a dentist. Mrs. Fan, super job handling all county matters. Elaine, Sean, all this stuff. Great stuff. And there's a local reviewer here as well. So this, wow. Okay, I think I know who we're going to reach out to. So now, of course, we have to keep in mind not to get too excited. The contact information is here, the address, I know where it is, I've been there. But the main thing is, for someone who has this well marketing online and all the great phenomenal reviews, something to keep in mind is when professionals have their firms, really high reputable reviews, most likely, if they're this easily accessible online, you just do a quick search and then they pop up as the number 1 result. Most likely they're going to be totally chock full with clients, especially right now during tax season. I don't know how likely it is I'm going to be able to get the availability of their services. Right? How am I going to book an appointment? Especially right now, there's like 30 days coming, and I'm probably going to be, because I'm going to be a new client, and my case might be a little bit, I don't know. I would say it's a lower priority, if I were to be honest, because it's not a professional. I don't own a clinic. I don't own a full warehouse. I don't have any physical assets when it comes to my personal business. It's probably a lower priority to this individual. So it's just a competition thing, right? It's just going to be harder to reach out to this person, I believe, because I'd just be a lower priority case. However, we know now there is a very reputable accountant that we found, and we can sort of reach out to her. Okay, great. I notice now that it's 12 minutes in. I would end off this video, but in fact, everything here is related to income tax. Let's just deal with it all at once. Even though this will drag on to a 20-minute video, that's okay, right? The range, I'm trying to be a little bit mindful of the time here, but we've had like 45 to an hour long videos before. This one's not even going to come close to that, so we can just move on with just 20 minutes. So what do we have to knock off that is also related to income tax here? To the side here, we have this basically an email. So we are researching, right? We are researching for alternatives to the personal accountant we have right now, who is unfortunately and somewhat personally affiliated with a past abusive household. And he's very personal. I thought I could trust him, but I've had many red flags and signs, not just from meeting him in person, but based off of what I've learned about him from his team as well as from people in the household. And so it's not necessarily a dig on him. I don't want to reveal any names or anything like that. The point is, because of the connection that there is, personal relations between this accountant and the household that I'm living in, particularly the very broken, dysfunctional household I'm coming from. it goes to show that like-minded people associate with like-minded people, and even if you're just looking from a regular interpersonal standpoint, I think it's even reasonable, right? It's very reasonable. It's just common sense. It's reasonable for him to take sides, unfortunately, with a long-term customer, long-term client that's been seeing him for decades, especially if they have developed a personal relationship and have been able to relate to each other's circumstances on a personal level outside of professional business matters. So I can't even fault him for taking a side against me at this point. I feel like that's what's happening. He's completely gone zero contact with me, and I think that makes sense, right? Coming from a standpoint that I know, which again I'm not going to divulge anything. That's why I'm keeping things so vague right now. I'm saying, this kind of thing, kind of being wishy-washy about this because I don't want to divulge anything personal about it. I want to be respectful of that. Needless to say, it does mean that this is probably the end of our professional or our business relationship, which is fine. So I would compose an email here saying, hello, blah. Okay, and that's how we're going to start off, right? And this is the part where it's very important that I blot out with the privacy here. So maintaining confidentiality, right? I'm not going to show you anybody this, not to say names. We have to cancel services. It's been 3 weeks since I spoke with you, and more than 1 full month. Over 1 full month, like February 26th, since I tried sending the documents. So I'm an early bird person, right? I don't do things last minute. I have not received the e-signature form. I have texted you a message last week asking if there's anything I could do to help with the process, but there was no reply, no communication. I've called him more than once. I've sent emails several times, and this is all reluctantly because there was no reply, no response. And that isn't necessarily because he's ignoring me. It's because he's usually very, very busy during this season, right? But at the same time, it's very different. I noticed the demeanor this year compared to previous years. He would get back to me within like 2-3 weeks. Right now, at this point, even though I conveyed to him that there's a real urgent deadline, he's not able to get back to me. So it could be for various reasons. It might be because of the personal relations he has with the previous client I mentioned already, is the relationship that he has with the people in his household. But more importantly, I think not only he could potentially be busy, but another reason might be just because, looking at it on a very general level, I'm a very low priority client, right? He's probably dealing with a lot of clients who have large businesses or medium-sized businesses. So that just means that I'm just very at the bottom, low end. And even though I mentioned to him that I have a very urgent, dire need to get things done immediately, he can't afford to, spend time on my case, which is kind of complex and not very rewarding. Instead, he should prioritize other cases, larger business owners, and put them as a priority number one first. Okay, so I think that's what's going on right there. So I say, honestly, I don't want to bother a busy man. I'm currently overwhelmed myself. However, below is an email from the organization that I'm associated with right now. I'm a caseworker, and in order for the city of blah, again, I'm not going to say which complete city or whatever, SPP, which is a domestic abuse and human trafficking form, to be processed, he has to be reminded again to speed up the process. He has reminded me, to speed up the process for tax filing. And so I don't want to pressure him, I don't want to push him, but that's sort of the situation I'm faced with. So what I've said is, finally, for now, I have found another option to complete my taxes, and I may return to your services next year because I trust your character and professionalism. And again, this is despite me knowing that he's had some ability to relate with my abusers as well. But, you can't hold that against him, right? He has his own life. I just want to speak from a professional nature. So I have found another option to complete taxes. I can return to your services next year as I trust your character professionalism. And unfortunately, I am tight, however, on time constraints right now, so I have to close this year quickly. So I'll see you next year. Blah-de-da. Have a great week and take care. So just end it off really short and sweet like that. Just clear, concise. Here's why it's not going to work out, and it's not necessarily the end of the world. It's just life getting in the way. So next year, I may end up going back to him for services if he's still comfortable with that. Again, it's a two-way street, right? He might not be comfortable with me as his client. Fair enough. Who knows what it could be, right? We're not going to make any guesses. We're not going to make any assumptions. So we're just going to end off that draft and say we can close this tab as well. Okay, so that's very nice. And it is a draft. We're not going to send it yet. Before we decide to send something like this, we want to make sure to ourselves that in fact we do have, of course, a good bearing on an alternative. We don't want to do that right now. Okay. So that's that. And okay. Speaking of which, that organization. Okay, no, let's not do that. Speaking of which, the last thing I have to mention when I say income tax returns is and why we have to seek a corporate accounting, right? So this is related. Here is the business, right? And we're going to 19 minutes here, so we have to end it off here. But basically, here are two tabs, right? Here's for the products that I want to order for my side business. This is why we need to seek out a specialized small business accountant. We're not looking for just any accountant, but a small business accountant, corporate accountant, because you know, we have a side business, obviously. And so here we have Usana Health Sciences, products I want to ship over, Biomega, Hepa Plus, Usana Magnecal D. I needed to edit this, remove some Biomega, remove, I believe, no, Hepa Plus is fine, but I have to add some Procosa, some bottles of Procosa. So Hepa Plus is for the liver, all right? It's got a patent, it's Celagen's patent that helps with the liver. It also has Biomega. There's also Biomega, which is for omega fatty acids, right, for the immune system and central nervous system and so on and so forth. We already have plenty of those. We just received them from our business partner yesterday. We came back really late after seeing our team lead, and he was very generous to have been holding our products for almost 3 months as I've been going through all this difficult administrative and basic shelter and survival ordeal. And so the last one that we want to swap out is actually for Procosa, which is a product that helps you with your joints. Synovial fluid, all that kind of stuff. It has a complex that helps you to replenish joints. So that's what this is all about here. That's why the income tax is very important, that I be searching for an accountant, a CPA, focused on small business, because I am a commission agent. So Celavive Vitalizing Serum, Recharge and Visibly Revitalize. This website is just the default main page of my account here. So Rishiv Zhirovsky, as you can see here, basically it's a link you can find in the description below. Once again, welcome to my Usana website, that creates high quality nutritional products built on one simple idea. This is just a default, by the way. I didn't write this up. If you feed your body exactly what it needs, your health will benefit. This concept fuels Usana's endless drive to innovate and advance the science of nutrition, putting a healthy, happy life within reach for all. I am a Usana independent business owner, which means I can help you find the Usana products that will meet your health goals. Contact me directly to ask questions or shop my site now. So learn more and sign up to become a Usana business owner. Sign up PC, preferred customer, and save 10%, and so on and so forth. So you can decide to do all that. Add top selling products to cart, blah, you can do that as well. Anyways, I've logged out, so we can close that as well. And then we can also close these tabs here that have to do with the Chu and Associates, because I don't think we'll be looking for this person, these accountants specifically. We'll keep in mind again that when we're in person, we have to sift between multiple different competitors, because it's possible the most highly rated one will have already a bunch of clients that are high profile. So we'll keep our options open. Okay. And I think that's about it. I hear someone knocking on the door, so let me just end off this video. Thank you for tuning in to Income Tax, Businesses, and all that important stuff. This is Anwar signing out, or Risha signing out. Peace, and I'll see you in the next video. Is it feeling? You want to take something to work with? It's a little snack. It's like goes to free thing. If you went to a food bank is free food, so this is a food bank? Yeah. This is like a baking egg thing to work. There was something better. It was like a steak thing too. Yeah, better my wife. Okay, thank you. Oh, there you go.
this.
Wait. Go. Where is it? Yo, wait.
I had to ask because I know you told me that's cool.
Mm. Mm. What is the other one? This has supplements. Cognition agent. Contact. Okay. We have to enter this side. Not-for-profit organizations. Rick Stew. Looks pretty good, actually. I like Rick Stew. Gives off a nice vibe. Victor Churn. George K. Chun. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, I've been really stuck with wrong this whole time. I'm gonna stick with wrong for this long. Rotman School of Management, dude. What the fuck I've been doing with wrong this whole time? Oblivious in nature. It's not that well to bad. It's not bad. Oh my gosh. I need to carve back out more. Don't raisin. It's a big world out there, and I've been staying all like shut in. Big world out there, man. the last one? Okay, we gotta do it. 3, 2. Oh wait. Oh, it's okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back to Projekt ZRA Marathon episode 38 or 39. White eyes. This is Rishabh here with another video, and we're going to do another physical kind of behind the scenes in real life physical material, or whatever you want to call it, sort of video, because we have more to cover right here. Okay, and it's still somewhat related to the food bank materials, and still related to finance. And I thought I'd be done with it, but there's always more stuff up and coming, including a revisit to alarms and a lot. So this is actually like a part 2. I think the appropriate way to name this video would be a part 2 of basically what happened 2-3 videos beforehand. And we're going to be covering security alarms again, a new development. Well, how we planned on approaching the refunding process, given that we have a better understanding of what are the main key points of failure here, and that our case is a reasonable one, and the costs associated with it. And then we have like food here from the food bank that I want to just show thankfulness and gratitude for, because it's like this stuff is pretty lit. It's really, really good food, and so bless, amen. Okay, and we also have also a phone call we got to make that I forgot to mention because it just slipped my mind. It was one of those things that just kind of fell on the wayside, but I noticed was something I would have to pay attention to as the day went on. So actually, why don't we start with that? So I mentioned in my previous video that I have received from mail a new card that is allowing for allowing for zero contact banking. You can just, you don't have to swipe. It's just using interact with the chip. And this is for one of my several banks. But what I realized I have to do is, after logging into the account online, because I had to activate the card, it says on the letter that to activate the card you can do 3 options, and I read that in the previous video, which I will probably reference later on in the description below. But basically one of those options that kind of failed through, that was successfully went through, was to go online and just log in using the new bank card. And unfortunately I've made a mistake, and first of all, I don't think I even logged in with my bank card. I logged in with my I think my user name. I'm not sure. That probably doesn't activate my card. And secondly, the most important part is when I actually logged into my profile, I noticed that one of my accounts, specifically the TFSA as we call it, or tax-free savings account, was one of my many accounts inside that profile is dormant. So I have to call the number that was indicated on that line, which is, I believe, a 1-800 number, which is it's on over here, this little window on a display. I must have saved it here somewhere. So I listed some research here that I've done for the tax accountants in my previous video. So 1888 and blah-de-da for the door to reactivate the dormant TFSA. Of course, I'm not going to do that I'm not going to do that call while I'm running the video. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But this is a task I'll have to do off camera, most likely after this video ends. While we're talking on the notion of spreadsheets, this is a tab I can't really get rid of, because this tab is, well, necessary for me to run the project. I make all sorts of notes here that I reference. One of the things that I want to mention as well is that when it comes to the food bank, I didn't take a note on the kind of food that I received. I always like to do this. Anytime I make a transaction, I make a note using my own coding, right? My own coded language to represent what I received from others as a form of gratitude, or as a form of record keeping when I make a transaction, whether it's a material item or sometimes it's monetary, right? So I finally made it here, and I gave something away to someone else in the household. And I have to be very thankful for that person, because this person's been going all this way really hard for quite some time inside the household. He consistently tries to, buy meals and take care of things that he hadn't before, and I really appreciate that. Anyways, just wanted to give something small away as well. And it was a little fun exchange there, because it was something from a food bank, right? And I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's ever known me to go to a food bank. That's something that I would never have done myself before, so that's it. So that was a nice conversation, so a little bit of laughter, and then regarding coding food, and then over here we have done our research with the tax accountants, and then there's a dormant account which we have to reactivate. So what I'm going to do is just going to shift over to this Zoom meeting here. So I mentioned before in a previous not previously, right now we just mentioned that we had to switch accountants precisely because of the fact that there's a interpersonal relationship that's sort of, this is a word that what Will Smith's wife used, entanglement, but basically it's a bunch of, she used it in a very infamous way, but the point is, what I'm referring to here is just a lot of tangled, messy relationships, right? And so for that reason, that's why I'm switching accountants for sure. But one thing I will say is that in spite of that, how is this connected anyways? Right, it's connected because we're switching accountants because the accountant that we're currently using as of until this point has a specific kind of relationship on a personal level, not just a professional, but a personal level with my past abusers. And so what I'm going to do is switch for that reason now on the topic of abuse and support groups. And I had mentioned the food bank. That's one organization that I've been to who's helping with housing issues. But there's another organization which is focused specifically on men's domestic abuse. And so that one here is they had a Zoom meeting on Wednesdays. So Thursday, actually Friday, I don't remember which day specifically, but I just know I can say that. Actually, even if I did remember, why would I tell you? That's a correction there. But the point is, there's a Zoom meeting here that we have on a bi-weekly basis or so on and so forth, some sort of time interval. And I can close this now because it's already done. So we can get rid of that tab as well. Okay, and so let's go over here and let's get back to what we were speaking about, objects. So let's switch over to the side here. There's some food I want to shout out here. It's a really amazing. There's some yogurt here. So this is Astro Original Cherry Yogurt. And it's got that fruity blend at the very bottom. That's one of those that isn't really uniform mixed. And there was also a sandwich, bacon, Gouda cheese, very different and interesting because usually you think of like cheddar cheese, but bacon, Gouda cheese, and egg omelet sandwich. And then on top of that, there was also a bag of these cherry tomatoes. I ate half of them. They're so sweet and delicious and nutritious, right? Healthy tomatoes. So tomatoes, like cherry tomatoes, yogurt. There's like the yellow ones taste different from the deeper red ones that taste different from the bright red ones. It's really interesting. I never thought that a cherry tomato could taste like a blueberry, but that's what these kind of taste like. I have to be careful when I'm holding them because I know that there's some sauce. But anyways, cherry tomatoes, cherry yogurt, and also a sandwich with the bacon, Gouda cheese, egg omelet, which I gave over to one of the people here who's living here, who's really thankful for that, because that's my previous abuser trying to become a better person, and he's been phenomenal at doing that. So blessings, gratitude to that. And that's everything regarding the food bank, and that's the stuff that we noted here. So that's another task by the way. We got about, we're about a minute left before things reach the 10-minute mark. I do want to wrap up with 2 more topics. So we have this here. This is a precision screwdriver set, and I have a precision screwdriver that I've taken out right here. And so we've actually covered this before because, as I mentioned, and I will showcase, I had the alarms not work. They failed. They were duds. They were fucking defective, and that really annoyed me because these got me pretty pissed off because these are supposed to cost, I believe, a total of $40 after tax. Well, actually, these ones here are only for $21 before tax, but altogether there's like $35, right? Because there was this personal alarm. Now, I'm pleased to say that first of all, when it comes to this black personal alarm, I've tested it. It actually does work. I thought it didn't work, but after wiping down the batteries and removing the leakage that had dried up, the crusty leakage, it actually works. So I'm very pleased to have that. And we're going to test that for a second time, third, fourth time, right here. If I could record my first reaction, I was just like fucking. I was blown away at how loud it was. It was hilarious actually because it just blew the eardrums out of me. And then we have 1, 2 of these over here. I wiped down the batteries and I have confirmed that these really just don't work. Now, of course, what I want to do is cover the logistics of refunding these. So here's an envelope, right? And this is the envelope with the address, obviously my current residential address. I take this and I want to explore a different food bank area that's associated with the same organization that was recommended to me from my counselor. And I went there actually on a Friday, and it is a phenomenal lady over there and a phenomenal housing caseworker. I'm thankful to both him and her because like my caseworker is a man, and one of the food workers over there is actually a woman. And the two of them, I am very thankful for their kindness and their generosity and their ability to just work I remember when I used to do what they were doing, right? So it's really taking me back 10 years, and I'm this time not on the giving end, but on the receiving end, which I never thought I would be. But life has its ways. So we have this envelope here. We need to take this over in order to create our profile client ID. They will provide me with that. But in addition to that, I decided to put inside the batteries. So let me just showcase here. These are the batteries that are, they call LR44. LR44 1.5 volt batteries. And this is basically, we're going to bring these, like I said in the previous video, this is like 5 videos previous, to the Walmart and make sure that they can help me test these devices. I just want to prove to them that in fact I'm not crazy. It's actually not working. So what I'm going to do is bring these batteries there, but I also want to showcase how I'm going to do that. And so we're going to place these batteries inside the envelope, right? And then we're going to place it inside the bag. We're also going to place inside the envelope these defective alarms as well. And how we're going, and I guess the kind of idea, the outline or scripting, I think the way to approach it is, when we go there, we're going to say, go to customer service and say, hey, listen, we've got some alarms here, some products we purchased. It's not something small. This is something that costs like over $30. Well, really, this one here is for $25 after tax. But when you take a look inside, the batteries are not only leaking, have been leaking for quite some time. It's actually both of them are defective, and they both don't work. And if I take out the batteries and I switch to the chime setting or the alarm setting, or just turn it on or off, none of it works. It just releases this really slightly, it's just a very, very quiet white noise. That's all it releases. And no matter where I position the sensors, which are supposed to help it detect when the door or window is open and then it releases sound, it doesn't work at all. And so for $30 almost, that's a very big waste of my money, and especially it was from the Walmart receipt. It was also specifically using the Walmart reward points, so I was disappointed about that. And usually I don't go to customer service, right? And so the whole point here is like, this is not like a Karen issue. This isn't you going to Starbucks and be like, oh, you put like 2 cups of cream instead of 1. It's like, this is not a small issue. It's not worth like 2 pennies or whatever. And it's certainly not over something trivial. It's actually about security items. But I do have to make it clear, because I recognize that one of the main issues I'm going to have to contend with customer service is that stupid me, decided to rip out the receipt for something like this. I should have kept it. As usual, the physical receipts are important. And what I've done is I've taken a photograph. That's why we ripped it up. I took a photograph, and it's still on my phone, thankfully. I didn't delete it or anything. I have the receipt with me on my phone, and it has the transaction number, the ATM number, the machine number, the time and date of everything. Yeah, and I can say, there are security cameras, right? I'm not trying to be anything. You see me come here all the time. In fact, I'm a regular that comes to this Walmart. And so I'm not here because of something minor. It's not like you didn't put bubble in my bubble tea kind of thing. It's not a Karen thing. This is also something that's pricey. It's cost a lot of money. It's like $30, and it's like over a security item. And honestly, I have the receipt. It's right here on my phone. You can check the security cameras and all that stuff. So this is kind of like how we're going to bring it out forward, because this is quite important to me that I want to get something functional, and I want to compromise with them as well and say that, for example, when dealing with them, just talking on person to person level, I want to say, if you can't refund me, that's fine, but I'd like to get at least an exchange for a product that actually works, and can we please test it right here in the shop? I don't mind opening it, right? And then I have the fresh brand new batteries. We can test and make sure that whatever I'm exchanging for, you don't have to pay me the money. I'm not here to haggle and bargain or anything. I just want a product that actually works. And if it doesn't work, then at least get me the money back, right? That's something. How we have a defective product here. It costs $30. That's very expensive, and it's over something that's really quite important for me. So that's what it is. And I do have the receipt. I know it's not physical, but all the details are there. You've got cams. If you're worried about trust, you don't need to listen to what I say. All the information's right there. So please, can you help with that? Okay? And then hopefully we can get a brand new because I'm not even necessarily looking forward to a refund. If I get a refund, it just means I have to go out and seek out for another alarm again. I don't want to do that. I want just it to be settled and over with this matter. I want to have an alarm inside this room whenever the door opens, whatever. And the best way to do this is just to make sure that, this is going to be helpful for CSR too, for customer service. It's not just beneficial for me. They won't have to deal with all the retransaction. I'm not sure if that's a word, but they don't have to carry out a second transaction. They just have to exchange one product for the other. I think that would be a good way to go about it. So that's my plan there. I don't know if it will work. To be honest, things never work as you plan it. So I'm not sure how much use it would be for me to say all that stuff I just said right there. But that's sort of a game plan that we kind of want to approach it with. So we're going to place this inside the bag. And we'll put the precision screwdrivers back inside. And then, just kind of open up the case right here. And this belongs over in region H, I think, over to the side, where there's all my equipment. Now, equipment that has to do with like skating and roller skating and like general workout stuff. Now, the last thing I want to cover, right, and afterwards we do have to stash I forgot to mention that the wallet with the card, we have to make a phone call, right, to reactivate the dormant account. Goes into a shelving unit somewhere around region A. I'm not going to say specifically where because obviously it's financial information, but it goes in the shelf, and then you just package it up. There's like passports or whatever together. Wherever you place your secure stuff, that's where it belongs. Okay, last thing. And this one is going to hurt your ears if you're not careful. So what I'm going to say is that be mindful of the fact that let's be mindful of the fact. Sorry, I need the precision screwdrivers again because we're going to test the alarm again. I'm going to showcase to you what it sounds like, and this is going to be for Patreons. I'm fairly certain I don't want to blare someone's ears out in the middle of. So we're going to unscrew this because we will have to replace the plastic. We'll stick the plastic back in. But on the off chance that we do need to use it, so this is me just screwing it out. This is going to mark the end of this video for sure. It's going to be loud. And all you have to do to activate this, by the way, this is an alarm that actually works. I pulled out the piece of plastic, so the batteries are now connected, and I was very pleased to say that works. I gotta move this away from my face. The way this operates is you pull the keychain off of the black plastic piece, and then it will ring, and it's very loud. It's 120 hertz, and there's nothing that can prepare you for this. I've heard this myself accidentally, and I scrambled to try to put to take out the batteries to make sure that that just shuts up. Because I was nothing prepared for this. So in 3, and I'm going to stick this back in as soon as I possibly can because it's very loud. So in 3, 2, 1. Right. But it's functional. It works. It works. And that's the most important part. So that was just for half a second there, but already it was killing my ears. Which is great. Which means it's functional, it works. And now I'm going to end the video because that was something else, and I'll put the plastic back in. So that's it. Thank you for tuning in to another very physically oriented video, and we can say that at least one of our purchases. So this one cost, I believe, $18 before tax, so it's like $20 after, 21. At least one of our purchases paid it off. At least one of our purchases paid off when it came to security items. So there was 2 of them. We got the $25 after tax window door alarms. Those failed. They were defective, defunct. We got to refund it. We kind of have an idea what we're going to say, what we're going to do. And then there was this kind of like 21 after. So in total it was like $26 or so. But I guess you could say 60% of my expenditure was a failure. We're going to see if we can get exchange. And then 40% was actually very, very successful in terms of this thing still works. I'm very happy that it does, and I'll see you all in the next video because I'm very happy about that. The next one will probably be focusing on digital stuff. We're going behind the scenes technical into the tabs and try to clean up all the stuff that we have to take care of administratively before we end up doing more reaction videos. So that's it. 21 minutes, too long. See y'all then. Peace out. Behind scenes. Wait.
This is Victor speaking. I am calling to, I think, reactivate my dormant TFSA. Just want to ask how to proceed. That's right. I do have a question beforehand. I just wanted to ask whether there's any sort of stipulation that would, let's say, for example, this the best way to demonstrate that. If I leave my TFSA running because it is dormant, are there any consequences to this? So, for example, would it close in like 6 months or a year time? And at any moment in time, I can still reactivate it. Is that correct? Okay. Let's see if there's anything else I want to ask before we go through with this. Okay, you know what? I think we can go ahead and try to reactivate it now. I think the last time it should be on my profile. I believe I've called simply before to try and lock back accounts. It should probably show up somewhere. If there's a security link. Sure. Victor, yes, if you want to. You on? Yes. Should be this one, 416-873-5447. Sorry, just to, I should read out the number to you, right? Okay. Let's see. It should be 06354. sensitive. It's only a small balance, so by the way. Can you, how much is it? $23 something? Let me check. Oh no, it's simply. Oh, simply, no, that's different. I might have locked that one as well. I'm totally honest. Yeah. So I would have to put grant permission right now.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry. As a human energy, it takes time. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'll go for it. Thanks for the notice, though. That's good. I'm getting something too. Alright. Yeah.
Here. All right, sounds good. Yep.
That's right. They set them up there for a reason. say a login with a code account number, would it be blocked or would it be blocked? I see.
Oh my god. Ah. What the hell? Oh, come on. Server settings. Thank God he saved this shit. Ready to save it. I'd be so fucking pissed off. Let's include 5 channels, whatever. cow. Holy shit. to fusion. Why is the avatar so limited? Why do we use or not possible shit? 2, 1. Let's not do that. 3, 2, 1. Three, 3, 2, 1. Stop. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Alright, welcome back to Projekt ZRA. This is Rishabh here with yet another marathon video, and what we have to cover in this particular one, I think this is marathon number 39, not sure. We're finally moving on to more digital virtual stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I couldn't cover while running a video. For example, just before I got on right now, I was trying to set a bunch of stuff on Discord, so we'll be covering that in the next video when it comes to onboarding. And then we also had to make a call to one of the banks that I was in touch with, trying to reactivate my account, and then for one of the tax-free savings accounts, and then also having to deal with in the process of activation, having to unblock access to other accounts. So for example, checking and so on and so forth, that was required to move funds into my inactive account to reactivate it. So that's a lot of activation, active talk. Needless to say, that took some time, and it's been like 2 hours since I created the previous video, and we're definitely on a video streak today. It's going to be posted across the entire week. So let's just cover what we have to cover here in this one, which is mostly branding. So we're going to start with some boring stuff. I will say it's not really boring necessarily, but it gets a little more interesting. We're talking about this whole branding the project as a whole. This is definitely behind the scenes, covering the thought and the idea and the composition of and the evolution of the Hour project as it was into, and even before that as Lorang Juice or hashtag memes, into what is now Projekt ZRA, which is a respite shelter as well as just a general content review and a creator discovery. So we're going to start off with this tab over here, and I'm going to be testing probably between scenes, so display and backdrop. I think this one will work better for now, even though you can't see very much on the side because it's so small. It's still better than having the display in the backdrop, I feel like, at least for now. We may change our decision afterwards because I feel like I have to use the washroom after this video. and then we'll give some thought and considerations. But first, in this particular video, I have about 10 tabs here, all relating to YouTube and the overall branding, the description, the playlists, the name, even the name of the project has changed. So the first thing you see here is on the side is it says what the fuck. And so why do we do this? It's because, you know, it's obviously one of those popping titles. If you see a video that says WTF, you know, it's like it actually garners some sort of excited, more hype reaction, and that's kind of what you look for if you want to market, right? It's like attention. That's kind of, it's attention economy to a certain degree. Although I would say that's kind of died off now. People are being more realistic, and that's a good thing in my opinion. So the attention economy replaced with like the knowledge economy, replaced with even further right now, I believe more like a semantic, meaning fulfillment driven economy. Anyways, and then it goes back to the roots, even to the basic necessities. So survival, you said, sort of the basic survival, so like essentials they call it. So what we have here, WTF, was basically me trying to figure out what would be the acronyms. Of course, right now we've already settled for ZRA, which is Zhuravsky, Rishev, on. But before that, we were trying to fiddle around with the acronyms. Is it going to be ARZ, ARP, RZA? We started with RZA before because that had a nice ring to it, almost like a Risha. But then I realized afterwards that there's actually a rapper named after that, a very influential hip-hop artist by the name, of course, RZA, is from Wu-Tang Clan. So this is like way back in the 80s. There's no way that I won't be ridiculed for not knowing RZA, but that's what it is. And turns out RZA is already taken. So, you know, I was dabbling through a bunch of different things like that. And that's why we were searching some key terms here, trying to see if RZA or ZRA or ARP or whatever was taken by other organizations and so on and so forth. Yeah, and then also wondering, you know, when we put stuff into our videos, for example, like this video, once it's uploaded, and then we think about editing and so on and so forth, when we punch it out there, is it going to be censored? Because YouTube has this huge censorship, right, culture, where they won't allow a lot of just even slightly PC stuff. So I can't cuss in the first like 30 seconds or whatever, some stuff like that, some kind of garbage. And then we have stuff like this where I was wondering whether or not they're going to be strict with it if you put acronyms. What the fuck, right? Is that going to be an issue in the title? And turns out no. So basically we went here to search up some videos on YouTube to see other people creating music or whatever it is using the title WTF. And no, there are in fact plenty of videos where people say what the fuck, and they get plenty of views. It's like 6.8 million, 61 million. It's a song. 130k. This looks like some kind of reaction or something like that. Memes 2.8. Okay, this one is something I watched and I want to react to for a second, third time in a future video. This is a musician reacting to Polyphia, a recommendation from one of my siblings. So that's, again, has WTF in the title. It's still popped off, still working. On the point of acronyms, so we can close that off now. Okay, you have more stuff here. Again, just trying to figure out, does the WTF work? Can you put that in your title and not get smacked over by the YouTube algorithm? And in fact, yes, you can if you do it right. Alright, so now we're going to dive into more of the project editing. So this is kind of, we came over to the main page, most likely to the home page, to see if we had our stream running live, which it is right now on the side over there. Speaking of which, I can probably hop over to Twitch right now since we're talking about our project as well, and say that you know, it's not only running, but we had uploaded a edited version of the synopsis, the summary here. So now it says creator reactions, content reviews, channel exploration, discovery, and then we uploaded the times, edited the times, so an 8-hour window between 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 7 p.m. right? Before it was only like 3 hours in between 3 to 7 or something like that. And even worse, before that, it was like specific slots, like 9 a.m., 11 a.m. So it just didn't make a lot of sense because there's no way I would be so on point with my upload schedule. We also made some changes to the summary and also to the FAQ, but that was quite some time ago. So anyways, the point is we actually already have, if we want to reload the player, we can. It should be running live, but the fact is we already have, so you can see my side over here. The fact is we already have another tab out there for Twitch running on the side, so I can get rid of this. Okay. It's funny though, now I realize that it's basically shooting at the very side of my mouth. I can barely see anything. Anyways, next tab, also relating to the project. So you can see that we updated the description, the branding overall. I felt that it was one of the main things was we hadn't updated our description to reflect the fact that we're focusing more on kind of entertainment, the more successful, more poppy, more engaging aspect of life, more positive. Beforehand, the description was definitely more negative. It was focused more on recovery and self-improvement and therapy from a very difficult and dysfunctional past. And now we're focused far more on the future and doing things that are fun, exciting, engaging, successful, fulfilling, and productive and efficient, right? So, in fact, even the previous branding of the project, which is back then was the Animal Project, was focused more on efficiency and productivity. It was very, you could say that's still positive, but the main focus of productivity and efficiency is a lot more boring. I think that's the main theme there. It's just focused on the mechanics. It's focused on technical details about how to do things right. It's about the methodology. We haven't quite mastered things. It's about a learning process still. So obviously that's a big shift from where we're heading right now. I notice we have calm here for some reasons, notifications. Maybe we'll check that out later on in the day. Let's see, it's a notification. Okay, so when it comes to the project, I guess we can also talk about communication. So I left some comments over instant reaction. So I said, yeah, Isayama never fails to bring the viewer understanding or even the seemingly most distasteful or disliked characters. So even like Gabi or Reiner at one point was hated, and he provides the insight behind them. And eventually we come to dislike Eren in the 4th season, but he provides depth, context, and background for every single person, making sure no one is left short. We can understand every single character. Okay, and that's that. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, and I think we can close the tab as well. So let's just move back over to here. Well, yeah, let's move back over to the notion of titles. So when we talk about WTF, right, incorporating that in title, another thing we want to do is ask ourselves, how can we make it so that each segment of the title kind of stands out more? And it's very easy, really. I felt that the short dash, I didn't realize it's called the N dash, the little short dash is called like a hyphen, is called an N dash, EN. Compare that to an M dash as in EM, and this is the far longer one. It just adds a very large break between different segments of your title. So let's say my first title, for example, the first part of my title in the previous video was focused on income tax and research into organizations. So, tax accounting, corporate accounting, and how to file your taxes. And then I do an M dash, a long dash, so it gives it plenty of space. And then we follow up with something else. Like, oh, this is a behind the scenes, so we categorize the video. Behind the scenes daily life vlog. And that's it. So the M dash is very useful. I always have this open for some reason, but you can get rid of that. Okay. Same thing with updating the description, by the way. We were talking about updating the project description on Twitch and on YouTube. We ended up using this emoji a lot, the film projector emoji. We hop back and forth between the movie studio camera, the movie camera, and the film projector. All the same stuff. We're just grabbing some emojis. That's all it is. Okay, hop on back. We'll cover that. That's more like reaction content in the future. So back to the about page, right? So here's what it is when it looks like when it's updated. Creator reactions, content reviews, channel exploration, discovery, video uploads to YouTube 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. EST Standards Time. Video upload, live streams 24/7, full schedule on Twitch, and so on and so forth. Before we continue, I do want to check the time. I realize it's 12 minutes now. Kind of want to wrap it up. Digital orphanage, a place to belong for lost souls, abandoned folk without stable home or family. Respite shelter, Projekt ZRA. And then we have this entire snippet here. which is a conglomerate. We had to settle through this. We had to sit down for like half an hour and piece together all the different parts of I guess the name of the channel. We couldn't figure out whether we wanted to name it C-PTSD AI, or we want to name it On Row, or the Animal Project, or Reshiv Reacts, Roy Reacts, Projekt ZRA, a Respite Shelter ZRA, where we had all these different things, and we had to remove the redundancies and try to piece it all together. Even then, recognizing that that's way too long, well, it's not going to fit in the title. So we settled for this in the title, but we can put in the bio description the full conglomerate that's been refined. So we have here Respite Shelter, Projekt ZRA, Act Live 24/7 by Onroad, the C-PTSD AI, and then finally Run, Escape, RuneScape Recall, reference to a game that I used to really like that was focused heavily on survival and so on and so forth. Okay. Alright, so we can close this tab as well. Well, actually, let's leave it here because I want to compare this to, I believe one of these tabs here has the old description. So this was the old description. Respite Shelter for Lost Souls without a stable home or family. You can see here it's a little bit tweaked from here. Digital Orphanage, place for long souls, abandoned folk. So the wording's different. Respite Shelter's been moved down here to a different line, right? Enjoy and value life. This entire snippet here is just not included at all. It was too wordy. I felt that it was it took away from the communications because it was just too wordy overall. So I decided to cut it out and leave that for a spot or a template that allows for more characters. For example, a YouTube video. Below you're allowed 5,000 characters. A live stream on Twitch, you're allowed 4,000 characters. But on this bio here, right, you don't have a lot of time, you don't have a lot of space. On this bio, you literally have about 300, 500 characters at best. So it's like tenfold decrease, and so you have to be more concise. And if people drop by, it makes a lot of sense. You don't want something that's too long, verbose. Anyways, you can also see that the live stream was placed at the top and the video was placed below, and the times are different for 4 hours here, right? Versus here, the more updated one. You can see here it's 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. because I upload between those times. It's a wider gap now, as well as putting the YouTube stuff up first and the Twitch stuff up second because we're focusing on YouTube for sure. And now we can close this. We can close this as well. Okay. Now, next thing we have here is we have a lot of project stuff, right? But I'm liking this because we're just nailing each and every single one of these tabs one by one, like a drum roll, a drum riff. All right, guitar riff, a drum roll. I screwed that up pretty bad. Anyways, Projekt ZRA reacts on row. So you can see here, we also recustomized the page, right? So we have here now, we made it so that our playlists, so let's go over to playlists, speaking of which, we have here 1, 2 edits, really important edits, because previously the playlist was just named reaction instead of, reaction plus inception. So it's like a little novel tweak. It's a twist on a common genre. So reactions plus inception, okay? Instead of just reactions. Now it's I think this is a little bit of a risk because the title's a bit long. When you say reaction and you put inception, that's two kind of large syllable words. It kind of takes away from people's attention span. You might just want to say react, inception, I don't know. Anyways, it's just a minor thing really. At the end of the day, the most important thing is that the content's good. People will watch. If it's not, bah. Alright, so we'll go back here, and then here's another playlist here that we updated. And this one's really important because we wanted to credit Studio Gek in this. It's not just Attack on Titan playlists. Yes, it's Attack on Titan, but it's also specifically Studio Gek's reactions to Attack on Titan, and we're reacting to Studio Gek in there. It makes it a little bit complicated, but I think it's important because Studio Gek has a huge fan base. We want to make sure that this is basically catered specifically to that particular audience, because I'm a part of that audience, honestly. I really like specifically what Studio Gek does. It's not just any person reacting to the show Attack on Titan that I really want to watch. It's specifically the 5 guys there, McKay, Jackson, Rig, Carter, Cannon. I specifically like the way they're watching it, the way they interact, and I didn't want to leave that out. So this is a playlist that's basically, these are playlists that I've edited to make sure it's clear they are integrated playlists, They involved multiple different concepts. We're trying to take concepts that are working and mishmash them together in a very experimental way. Okay, so it's something that's a little bit different, a little bit novel. It's not really novel. I wouldn't say everyone's done this before, I feel. But I'm really trying to make it official that it's something else. Okay. We edited it, of course, and here's the backdrop. So the playlist is gone, and we can close up Projekt ZRA. So you can see here, basically, that's what you see now. It wasn't just Attack on Titan anymore, now it's Attack on Titan plus Studio Gag. This playlist isn't just reactions anymore, it's reactions plus Inception. It's a mix, it's an amalgamation. And then we go down here, and you can see everything's kind of like as it was before. We have the helpful channels, Med School Insiders, Third Earnest, School of Life, lifelong live streams, create playlists, and then the other helpful channels. You got JBP, Chris Gazat, Ali Abdal, Vsauce, and so on and so forth, of course. And then music, and then the rest of the stuff here that's like from really old. This is like the Honorable Project and prior dated. So that stuff is just for, I guess you could say it's there for antique purposes. It's just not really useful right now. I think that's about it. So we're done with that. And then I see here there's another, for some reason, there's a second one up here. I feel like this might just be an extra tab. I might have wanted to click here so that I might open another tab, sorry, to copy the about page so that, what's it? Wow, there's so many tabs now on my home, videos, shorts, live, playlist, community, and channels and about. So I might have come here just to copy the description and paste it into a different social media platform. I do that often sometimes, right? You're trying to synchronize everything. I might copy this, and then I do have a copy actually in Excel, but it's, you know, I have to go and sift through 10 different templates on Excel. So there's one for Discord, one for Twitch, and so on and so forth. It takes a lot of time. Instead, I'll just open a new tab and then go to YouTube. I know which tab, which platform I want the description to be. Usually it's from directly the YouTube about page. I'll copy this and then place it into WordPress, my blog, or place it into SoundCloud, my podcasting platform, or whatever it is, you know. You get the idea. It's not complicated. And I think that's about it. I recognize this video has been a bit longer than I would have liked. It's about running on almost 20 minutes now. So I think we'll put this to a close. Let me see if there's anything else. There is. Okay, 3 more tabs here, maybe 2. So once again, more playlists here, right? This is just on Studio. This is the YouTube Studio interface version of the playlist. Same thing. This is where you can edit all the playlists and their names and the descriptions and so on and so forth and blah blah. Needless to say, I don't need this open anymore, but that's how I would go over to this YouTube Studio. You can do the same if you have your channel. Go to your YouTube Studio and then you just click on the playlist that you have, and then that will open a new tab to, say, the Attack on Titan playlist or the reaction playlist, and then I edited that in the new tab to say and saved it. Okay, so that's where those tabs came from. They birthed off of this one, and same thing here. You can see this is the old playlist was called Inception or something. Oh, never mind. It's the same thing. Turns out we just wanted to test it, so we changed the name. We went back. We clicked the link again. Wanted to make sure that the playlist title was indeed changed, and it was in fact changed. That's great. Okay, that's a big mouthful. That's a lot of shit. Fucking 20 minutes, all just for administrative stuff. We knocked out about 15, I don't know if it's 15, but maybe about 10 to 12 tabs. Very happy about that. All related to branding, to the project, to administrative stuff, to content production, and so on and so forth. So I think that kind of wraps up for this video. I can see it's about 21 minutes. This is our project. This is not project. This is Projekt ZRA, Respite Shelter. I'm signing out. Peace out, and I'll see you in the next video. I'll upload this, and I gotta use the washroom. Okay, peace. Wow, that's a lot to cover. Whew. want to raised by narcissists. Three, two, 3, 2, 1. Yo, welcome back to Projekt ZRA. We are here with Marathon episode number 41. And this one's going to be a heavy video for sure. And if you can't tell, the reason for that is, if you can see just a little bit in that tiny dinky little screen on the side, it is covering quite heavy topics. Maybe I'll just move it to the side for now, but this is something having to do with severe, intense forms of abuse. Now, what I will say, because of this, I may have to edit. Most likely by the time I upload this video, you will see that below there's an explicit warning in the description that I've already made ahead of time, and I may have pasted it there. Needless to say, it's fair to put some sort of warning, so viewer discretion is advised. For this particular video, we will be discussing very heavy themes of extremely disturbing traumatic abuse, and we won't be going into detail, of course. We'll just be covering the general overview of it without going too further deep into it, because I believe at that point it won't be allowed on YouTube, or at least I don't know how to cover it in a way. I don't have the experience per se to cover these heavy themes. Okay. Now, that being said, it might just be a monetization thing, so if that's the case, I'm definitely not getting monetized, so I can maybe just say whatever I want. What my concern is that not only will they not monetize, they may take down the video content. So if that's the case, I do want to be mindful of that. This is just a warning for people, however, in general, when they're coming in. If you have some baggage, it's best that probably you don't watch this one. So the first thing here, we have probably about 7-8 tabs, and they're all kind of focused on the notions of mistreatment and misbehavior of one person treating another. In this case, we have several Reddit tabs, as well as several links to Parrish Miller. And Parrish Miller, of course, founding narcissism and so on and so forth. His website on narcissistic mothers and all that stuff. So we'll get to that in a moment, and I can showcase right here. It's just one of these tabs here on the side here, characteristics of narcissistic mothers, blah-de-da, so on and so forth. Okay. So I thought originally that I had been done with the topic of narcissism, that I was finished with the topic of domestic abuse and so on and so forth. But as we explore Reddit, other interesting communities have popped up, and you can see not all of it is negative. Most of it isn't. I want to talk about all this stuff here on the side, but you can see all these tabs here having to do with other Reddit communities and so on and so forth, and other features. But undeniably, we found the most intriguing ones were the ones that were relatable. So adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse in this case. So this is a subreddit specifically dedicated to those who at some point when they were growing up were most likely molested or assaulted by their own guardians, their own birth givers. I barely call these people parents because they're not, as far as I'm concerned. That's very relatable to me. And then also to a bunch of these other individuals as well. So I'm not going to go too deep into any of these. I'm not going to read the posts again in any further detail than the abstract is shown, the preview, because if we were to go beyond the preview, for sure it'd be divulging all sorts of very deeply riveting and disturbing details. Okay, in fact, it starts, this line here is already crazy. So you see here, I was profoundly traumatized as a child and will never learn to function. Support requested. And then there's a, age and also the sex. I was blah. I can't even say that word. We're just 4 words in, I can't even say it. I was blocked nearly every day of my early childhood. Most of the adults in my life were either in on it or aware of it and took no steps to protect me. It ended just before high school. I was so broken and split off from myself, so detachment, splintering of the self into many different parts, that I started seeking comfort from men 2 to 3 times my age. Now, if that doesn't disturb you or shock you, like that's, okay. Men that enjoyed what happened to me and would talk to me about it just to get off on it. So basically, she's actively seeking out men who take pleasure in her pain. They enjoy reliving this girl going through all these horrible things that she went through from other men. They get off on that. That's so fucked up. I'm so accustomed to it that I just dissociate and let them. I dissociate from different things, not something like this, right? I mean, hers is sexual abuse. Mine is, it's like, I don't want to go into it. It felt, I'm past that point, right? I don't really want to dig it back up again. It felt like validation. I guess you could say I'm being a little bit cowardly or whatever. It's not. Like, I've been there. I'm past that. I don't want to go back to it. It felt like validation that I was still appealing to someone after what had been done to me, I guess. And then I'm not going to go further. So, of course, if we scroll down here, there are lots of things here like filter by flare, meta, support requested, trigger warning, NSFW, not safe for work, memories. Whew, heavy ones. Second post, already heavy enough. Therapist advised me that I will never be normal. Trigger warning. Okay. So, oh my fucking god. It's been about 1.5 years since the whole truth revealed. To cut a long story short, I was blocked vaginally and orally at 2 years old by my biological father and his brother. So, father and uncle. Anyways, we're not going further, alright? If you go further down here, things get really, really fucked up. And the irony of this all is because clearly the reason why I'm here is because this is too relatable to me. I shouldn't. I don't think normal people go to Reddit and search up stuff like this. Anyways, about community, a peer support group. That's something I've been seeking out myself, and then I have found, and successfully because of that. That's part of the reason why I'm so well put together at this point. A peer support community, aside from the project and other things, a peer support community for adults who experience sexual abuse as children, a place to share our stories, experience solutions, and support with others who are closer to our own age. We have spouses, children, full-time jobs, pensions, other responsibilities that differ from our siblings in their teens and younger. Okay, from our siblings in their teens and younger. Okay, so we can close that. That's a very heavy subreddit. So why don't we just do a little pivot here, right? Because not everything has to be so damn heavy. Another subreddit that we ended up exploring, but that is still tied into the strings of sort of difficult topics, is deciding to do better. And how do we come to this point? Before we get over to deciding to do better, I think it's important to highlight that one of these threads here, so raised by narcissists, this is something that we covered in the previous video twice, and I said that's enough, I don't want to cover anymore. We're still here, but only in passing reference. And the reason is, somewhere in these rules here was mentioned that, of course, raised by narcissists, this subreddit, is specifically in one of the rules is, and we read these rules and went in depth on them, on some of them in the previous video. The point is, narcissistic parents are not welcome here if they come, especially people who claim to have narcissistic children. And so one of the things here that we kind of went in depth on was, the fact that children are inherently going to have narcissistic tendencies, but that you expect, or you have a healthy expectation that they will grow out of it as they age. Okay. Now that doesn't always end up happening, especially for those who are fundamentally broken to a point of no repair, and so and some of these people will end up remaining in this sort of like victimhood mentality and being abused all their life. But they'll also, some of these will become abusers of their own. So there will be people who stay being harassed and broken down by other people without being able to stand up for themselves. But then there will be a group, a subset as well, that becomes the next generation of abusive, oppressive, very dangerous, threatening people. So what happens then? The question is, what happens? So raised by narcissists right here. Support group for people raised by abusive parents with toxic, self-absorbed, or abusive personality traits, which may be exhibited by those who suffer from cluster B personality disorders. Please share your stories, your questions, your histories, your fears, your triumphs. Significant others and friends are all welcome. So mods needed. Do you care for this community? Would you like to help us keep going? And there's a check-in post, and then there's more stuff down here. And this is very lighthearted. I thought this was really, really cool. There's a posting about we want custody, so they basically want custody over their child again, and that's really good news. Found out an hour ago and just had to tell you all, they won't be raised by narcissists no more. And it says down here, I thank this community with all my heart. May your journey to peace heal you all. Okay, so in this community as well was also something along the lines of what one of the rules that mentioned no having, people complain about narc kids or narc children. And if you are also, another one of the rules was, if you are a narcissist and you are verified to be a narcissist, you don't just think you are, right? There's a lot of people who think, oh, what if I'm the person? No, if you're clinically diagnosed, all right, to have NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, you're not welcome here. Instead, however, they do offer you links to say, for the sensitive nature and the relationships that you may have to other people here, you're not welcome specifically to this support group. But if you're trying to change yourself and better yourself, it's not like we're going to shit on you, of course. It's like we support you. We're actually very proud, and that I think that's a great thing, that you want to be a better person and you want to improve yourself and so on and so forth. And so in this community, during that link, they have inside that post of the rules, they link off to a different subset, and that's this Reddit over here, which was focused on deciding to be better. So deciding to be better is like a self-improvement. Well, right here it says about the community, a force for self-improvement, goodness, and togetherness that helps humanity eliminate evil. That's a little bit cliche, don't you think? Progression is key though. So if you have decided to leave the bad behind, this is the place for you. Okay, and I joined this myself as well, I felt. So join us on Deciding to Be Better official Discord server, goal discussion, giving 2 minutes of boost your discipline. I feel like this is actually useful to just anyone, so I'm decided to be part of this. I don't think anyone gets to say that they haven't done anything wrong in their lives. Everyone's done something awful. Everyone has something that they can improve on, and I don't think I'm any different necessarily. So here's mod post, advice, journey, help, motivation, progression, and there's a Discord server here. So I felt like in a goal discussion thread, I feel like I even want to see if I can join that Discord server as well. Okay. So that's a lot of stuff here. We can close deciding to be better. We can close raised by narcissists. Okay. And we can just accept the invite to Discord server here, deciding to be better. There's only 302 online, but there's 4,000 members who are part of it. Now, I don't want to go ahead and disclose too much of this. This may be sensitive because there are people here who have acknowledged that they're probably not the best person that they could be. And so I just want to say grounds for warning, asking to, okay, grounds for temporary mute, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to basically just close this right here, right now. Okay, take a screenshot, close it, and then we'll revisit this off the video. We're not going to showcase that. Very sensitive stuff, right? Okay, yeah, but imagine that. Imagine your abuser deciding to become a better person one day, and I know that's a touchy topic, but for sure that can happen. We've all been at some point in our lives, I believe. If you haven't yet, eventually you will be. Something will happen to you, and you will end up hurting someone innocent. That will happen to everyone. Everyone's done someone else wrong. Okay, so here's another interesting subreddit. This one is subreddit anger, so r/anger. I think I might be going clinically crazy, not sure where to begin, not even sure what's wrong with me, and I'm not going to go any further into this. I'm not going to read any further, but I will say that on the side here it says anger, an affliction that is often misunderstood, leaves those. I'm trying to move to the side here. I don't want you to read too much of this person's stuff. I feel like it's too sensitive. I don't want to broadcast it for the entire world to see. R/anger is an affliction that is often misunderstood, leaves those who suffer from it in a limbo of social unacceptance. Find the support you need here. And of course, here is get the best of our anger. So this subreddit is for discussion of issues relating to anger management, free anger management resources. I wish I can go back in time to stand up for my younger self. This one's not safe for work, and I wonder why this might be, to be honest. Anger and shame that allowed people to walk all over me over the years, to get violent with me and push me around metaphorically and literally. If I was back there, then I would have fought one of those bitches, but I didn't know. Yeah, I hate when people take advantage of me. Why are people so fucking mean and evil? What's the point? To gain power, to better yourself. And the irony is, be a good human, help people out. I swear, what is wrong with you? Okay, I can relate to some of this when I was growing up, for sure. Kind of past that, but I know where this source of anger is coming from for this particular individual, but we'll get rid of that. So that's gone too. All right, so this has to be the last time we cover anything from RBN. RBN standing for Raised by Narcissists, right? So this is the list of the rules here. No platitudes, generic motivational posts. Again, we covered this in a previous video. I didn't want to cover it again, but this is essentially where we were linked to the thing that we just closed right now, about how people want to decide to be better despite being abusers. Now, ironically, also there's a post here that I thought was really interesting in and of itself, and it's that in this case there are narcissists that are becoming aware of their behaviors. So I was wondering if narcissists in general are becoming better at hiding their narcissism due to the recent popularization of narcissistic abuse awareness content and people becoming more educated on the subject. And you can see this one's driving, this question is, it's a good question. It drives a lot of interest, right? It's like this is a cultural movement now, right? People are becoming aware of the term quote unquote narcissism for sure. It really blew up the support group. And if that's the case, then definitely your abusers will be aware of these things and they'll be trying to hide it. And for sure. But I also think that it's a very messy thing to go around using anyways. Right from the very get-go, it's been very difficult to discern someone who's a narcissist from someone who's been abused from a narcissist and then has developed narcissistic traits. So in a lot of cases, you'll find, in fact, there are two narcissists, one that's a budding narcissist because they were once a victim of abuse and harassment to the point that they have become so low in self-esteem and self-worth that they started to develop insecurities that went beyond self-deprecation and into damaging and abusing other people and extracting validation from others around them. So the victim becomes the oppressor. and they're one and two the same. Same thing with the current narcissist, same thing with the future narcissist. The budding person, the codependent who becomes a narcissist, slowly from someone with C-PTSD, maybe, gets not well addressed, becomes in a borderline personality disorder, displaying vulnerable narcissistic traits, and then goes on further and further into a grandiose or malignant even, possibly bordering into sociopathy at the very highest level, right? So ultimately, if things are not resolved, that's the kind of a trajectory that can happen. So overall, I don't think it's really clear at all that you should say someone's a narcissist and that one isn't, right? Because everyone's got certain narcissistic traits, everyone's got some innocence to them as well. And unfortunately, now that this movement has blown up, and in some ways it's fortunate for sure, I would say it's better overall that people are aware of this, but it's also very unfortunate that it's also, and it's unavoidable, you can't avoid it. The moment something blows up, there's no fucking way that the people who are already taking advantage of these certain behaviors aren't going to become aware of it, and that there's no way that people aren't going to be, accused or mislabeled, right? That's just going to happen. That's just popular culture. That's what happens in society. We live in a society, right? That's that kind of meme going around. So I agree, more and more. So people here posting, right, sharing their thoughts. More and more narcs accusing non-narcs of being narcs, right? And there's so much narc going around in this single post, and it's only 2 lines. The thing with being one is that you see yourself as the victim always. I'm convinced there are a lot of them here figuring out how to hide it better, right? That's true. Ironically, I learned the word narcissist, and I thought this was a really great post from my mother, from my narcissistic mother, who kept telling me that my narcissistic dad was something called a narcissist. When I finally looked it up for myself, I realized that they are both, in fact, narcissists, and it's conflicting. What people are saying narcs are aware, but I'm starting to think that some of them genuinely are not aware. Okay, I've had some recent encounters where I really couldn't tell at first with 2 people that I knew because they were really good at performative empathy and self-awareness. They were both obsessed with narcissistic content, and one of them even used to watch Dr. Ramani religiously. My mind was blown because watching Dr. Ramani has genuinely helped me so much. I don't understand what a narcissist could probably get out of content. Now, I feel like this person, Blue Hack, is quite, even though he's the OP or she's the OP, is kind of oblivious to the fact, again, the dynamic between the victim and the oppressor is really the same. Guys, narcissists and codependents, same thing, just in different timelines. One's just earlier in development, one's just later. And honestly, of course, there are better paths that can be taken. If someone gets their issues resolved as a codependent, they won't become a narcissist. Sure. But if they don't, there's a whole slew of things that can happen, and they can become a very awful person themselves. You gotta realize that many narcissists, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know if you want to be a little bit spiteful, is that narcissists abuse other narcissists, and they hate each other all the time. I'm an example of basically being in a household where my biological father and my biological mother were both narcissists, and I'm living in a household right now where the landlord is one as well. And this entire neighborhood is full of them, right? It's a cultural thing at some point. So basically they all kind of lash out at each other, they accuse each other, there's all this like silent treatment, cold shoulder kind of stuff. It's all this kind of drama and status and me being bigger than the other person kind of thing. And it's definitely everywhere. And you shouldn't be surprised to hear that basically your abusive narcissist, the person you believe to have hurt you, at one point in their lives, they were abused, and they only became the awful person, this labeled narcissist that you want to call them right now, is usually a direct causative consequence of them being, once upon a time, that narcissist was just a regular person, a good, kind-hearted person who never received the love, the care, and attention, instead was betrayed multiple times, countless times, abused, harassed, until they became what they are today. So at one point, they might have been just like you. I feel like that's kind of lost. That kind of common sense notion is kind of lost. I think back in the day when all this psycholingo wasn't out there about abnormal and pathological psychology and personality psychology, we could just say, bad people were once good people, and good people eventually become bad people, right? It's the cliche holds true when we talk about, how, a hero who doesn't die eventually becomes a villain, right? Life is cruel, it's awful, it's tragic. after all the swings and wounds that you accumulate over time, you change. And some people end up being able to stick to their roots, and some people don't. And some people experience more tragedy and more struggles, and some people experience less. And of course, with more means that you have a high risk of just ending up being a horrible person as a result of the way life has treated you horribly. And that is actually the truth. It's not necessarily that all narcissists just are spoiled, because there's two ways to create a narcissist. One way is to spoil them. They've been built off a silver spoon and had everything in their life given to them. But another way to create a narcissist is to just heavily abuse, harass, and destroy them when they're in their development, and not provide them the love that they were supposed to receive just as a general human being. So in many cases, narcissists were at one point victims of abuse. And I feel like this person, because I read through this entire thread, kind of misses that point. Icing on the cake was my little sister was informing me of my mother. My mother was watching narcissistic mother and daughter relationship dynamic videos, and neither of us understand why, since those videos are targeted at the daughters of narcissistic mothers, not the narcissistic mothers themselves. So finally, Snoot, this person here, says something that basically, it's basically what I've been saying. For your last paragraph, your end mother was a daughter before she was a mother. She learned this stuff somewhere. Doesn't make it okay, but that's probably why she's watching. And finally, yes, you're right about that. My grandmother is a huge narc, and I've never had much of a relationship with her. I've been no contact with my end mother for the past 2 years, but the weird thing is my mother is completely up my grandmother's ass and has never said a bad thing about her. It always seemed like she worshipped the ground that she walked on. Maybe she's starting to realize her own mother is a narcissist. However, I'm still waiting for the day to figure out that she's one herself. And then rolls her eyes. To a degree, I kind of understand where she's coming from, but I feel like that sassiness, rolling your eyes, is kind of also a demonstration of naivety, because I feel like this person doesn't understand how easy it is if you've been tormented deeply enough and you haven't found a way to escape. If you're trapped with a narcissist 24/7, you don't have any way to escape, or a borderline, or antisocial, or a psychopath, it's so easy for you to just succumb to being the worst version of yourself. Okay? Because you have to fight back, because there's no way to escape. And the only way to fight back is really to drop down to their level. Because anytime you apply any higher standard, you're inherently going to lose. Being a good person will always mean that you're going to be taking advantage of bad people. That's why we say a good person actually is not a nice person. A good person is dangerous and able to exercise on their martial arts, on their self-defense when necessary. And that feels like it's kind of lost in words here. So anyways, it goes on, it's a lot further, right? That's why she's watching. And parents always see themselves as victims, right? Narcissistic parents see themselves as victims. So your mother is watching the videos because her mother was a narcissistic mother. And she probably does not see herself as being a narcissistic parent to you, because she's so focused on her own mother's tendencies, right? So the focus of attention is somewhere else, so you lose sight of your own behavior. Very common. This happens with everyone. I've been guilty of that myself, so have my friends, so have so many of other people I know, right? When you are focused on one singular topic, you lose sight of basically your self-awareness and the way you're treating the world, the way you're treating yourself, the way you're treating people. So that's a very common theme, right? Focal attention. My mother had the narc to end all narcissists, and tried to make it a tie. Okay, and then I don't want to go further here, because I think that was the most riveting thing that really stood out to me. I feel like this is already more than enough for this particular video, so I'm going to end this one and start the next one. But it was a heavy topic, and I felt it was really important. Let me see how much this is. Like 30 minutes in, I bet. Can we cover the next couple tabs? 26 minutes. So very quickly, I think we can. This is the last thing I want to cover. I want to cover the cycle of abuse, in the sense of there are many ways to look at the cycle of abuse. When you say cycle of abuse, you could say, for example, the interdynamics, the dynamics of a relationship, in an abusive relationship, where you go from guilt shaming to build up, and then to anger, and then to disillusionment, and then to love bombing, and then feeling guilt and shame, and then a cycle repeating within a singular relationship. You can also refer to the cycle of abuse as a very macroscopic scale as opposed to microscopic scale, and talk about generations. So great-grandparents passing the behaviors and abusing their own children, who then pass it on to their grandparents, then passing that on to the future parents, the parents then to the children, children to the grandchildren, and so on and so forth. So it's a generational, quote unquote, what they use that word. I'm a little bit reluctant to use it, but intergenerational trauma passed on over and over. It's overused, again, because of the whole victim blaming SJW type stuff, but there was meaning to that word at some point, intergenerational trauma. Okay, so that's another way to look at the cycle of abuse on macroscopic scale down to the individual scale between two parties. Another way to look at it, however, is to say that what you see here is, just the dynamic within a household, right? So specifically from parent to child, and that's kind of like in the middle ground between, right? Specifically talking about one generation's interactions. So I felt like that was the main highlight that I really, really want to discuss, and I'm glad that's over with. So, okay. Last couple of things here, we have a lot of tabs here related to Parrish Miller, and I'll just briefly mention why that is. The main reasons why I ended up touching on these different points is, we ended up, I think, wanting to, first of all, okay, we made several, like 2-3 videos on the notions of narcissism and domestic abuse in previous videos, and what I had done is I wanted to take this link here, so parrishmiller.com/narcissist, blah, 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 copy it, put it into the description, and source it, right? Just reference, give credit to where credit's due. But I was interested myself, right? I was quite interested. I wanted to see, is Parrish Miller a doctor? Who is this Parrish Miller person? And, I found out a lot more about this person than I ever imagined. It sounds like this person really doesn't like narcissistic women and narcissistic mothers. But by the way, keep in mind that a majority of narcissists actually are men. By statistical population, although that's definitely changing nowadays. It's more like, I bet it's more 50-50 at this point, if not more so, because of the political paradigms that have changed. But what ended up happening was I wanted to see who Dr. Parrish Miller was, because I thought he might be a doctor, so I put doctor in front, and he's not. So Parrish Miller, and there's some interesting stuff here. So look, there's some studies, narcissist perceptions on the personality and reputation. Very interesting stuff. So there's like a study. You probably think this paper is about you, right? Narcissist perceptions of personality. So a narcissist actually seeks out content like this anyways. Do narcissists have insight into the negative aspects of the personality and reputation using both subclinical and clinical measures of narcissism? We examined others' perceptions, self-perceptions, and meta-perceptions. I don't know what meta-perception stands for, but anyways, across a wide range of traits for new acquaintance and close other study. Results bring us to 3 surprising conclusions. So 1, 2, 3. 1. They understand that others see them as less positively than they see themselves. So their meta-perception is biased than their self. 2. They have some insight into the fact that they make positive first impressions that deteriorate over time. So they know that they degrade their relationships. And 3. They have insight into their personality, narcissistic personality disorder. So they describe themselves as arrogant. And here's an interesting quote here that I wanted to highlight. That's probably why I had the Google tab open. Early in life, I had to choose between honest arrogance and hypocritical humility. I chose honest arrogance and have seen no occasion to change. By Frank Lloyd Wright. Okay, quoted in Michigan Daily, 1998. Honest arrogance, hypocritical humility. I can say that this is actually. This phenomenon, this quote here summarizes very much almost an entire societal culture, depending on where you're brought up, in which country, and which, like, this is going to be, for example, almost a norm, right? Definitely where I grow up, it is normal for people to say, I'm arrogant, but at least I'm honest, and they believe that's right. You'll find, believe it or not, people who are Buddhist going around with this kind of mindset. I'm honest, I'm a good person, even though I'm honestly a really bad person. So they're honestly horrible people, but because they're honest about it, they feel like they get to, And then they have some moral superiority off of that. So it's pretty crazy, but it's actually very real, and this is rife when it comes to not just traditional but also more modern, like communist Chinese. It's just a very general vague theme, specifically in my context of my upbringing. But you'll find this is not just in that particular setting. A lot of different cultures, a lot of different ethnicities and countries will display this opinion, right? And you can't really argue that it's that wrong, because honesty is a value. It is. So it's just about making decisions about what your values are. And narcissistic people prioritize one thing over the other. And in this case, to prioritize just being openly awful people, but being open about it versus, yeah. But that's just one study. Anyways, I thought that was super, super interesting. Below here, you also have some other interesting links: emotionally immature parents, 2-book series, Kindle, narcissistic personality disorder, and so on and so forth, surviving narcissism on Facebook group, types of narcissists, and one you need to avoid. All right, so we went over to Parrish Miller's website, and surprisingly well enough, he has a website basically mostly on politics, and that really surprised me. So over here, if we drop over to home.parrishmiller.com, and I realize now I have to split this video in half. There's no way I can actually create or release this video as it is over on YouTube. I have to actually splinter it out into 2 different topics. The first one being about, sexual abuse and, deciding to do better. And then the second portion on like narcissism and the cycle of abuse and whatnot. Or maybe we'll just cut that out as a separate thing. Because when we started talking about the cycle of abuse, that was a very long, probably 15-minute section that could be its entire own video itself. All right, home, Parrish Miller. So the weakest generation, characteristics of narcissistic mothers, capitalism for dummies, how to be a good Jewer, poverty, success, and about Parrish Miller. So the super interesting thing is, of course, it turns out that Parrish Miller, him having his own website and so on and so forth, he's actually just a really active person, kid named Parrish. Okay, and he focuses on, oh, that's a different person, isn't it? Yeah, that's a totally different person. Sorry, this is one here. So he actually divulges his political beliefs, and that had me shocked because he talks so much about narcissistic abuse, and I'm so well associated with that being people who take on the victim mentality mindset that I couldn't believe that this person, Parrish Miller, actually writes the same blog about being, well, basically very, very conservative. In other words, what he does, he has this whole blog writing about current generation or the millennials or so on and so forth. So he's basically spending a lot of his time bitching about the next generation. And quite honestly, part of it is well understood. So for example, he talks about how they are very oversensitive, or they focus on social arts and media degrees and stuff like that. And I thought that's so funny, because the irony, the contrast between what he's posting here on his blog and what he was releasing in his Narcissistic Mothers was just so... You would almost believe they're 2 different people from different sides of the political spectrum. One who's kind of like the classical redneck hillbilly neckbeard kind of person, and the other person being like snowflake SJW kind of thing, right? But anyways, it's so interesting to see that there's these 2 conglomerates coming together into a single person. It's a question we hear frequently: what's wrong with people today? In many different forms, and all are probing at increasingly obvious observation. Previous generations entered their 30s with families, houses, and a decade or more of meaningful work experience under their belts. They bought used cars, built small starter homes, worked their asses off, and somehow made it work. Their families grew as did their homes. They got better jobs, started businesses, saved for retirement, dressed pretty damn well doing it. Okay? Contrast that with the weakest generation, which can't figure out why spending $250,000 getting a sociology degree won't make them happy and provide them the standard of living to which they believe they are entitled. Millennials have extended childhood from 18 to at least 26 years old, when the big mean government forces them off mommy and daddy's healthcare plan, while they save nothing, own nothing other than $50 t-shirts and $200 jeans, and wonder why the system continues to fail them. And as it turns out, sharing a downtown loft with a horde of dysfunctional roommates, taking Uber every time you need to travel, and using Postmates instead of doing your grocery shopping doesn't exactly create functioning adults. Plenty of blame to go around: helicopter parenting, participation trophies, lack of real world experiences and work, whether having to summer jobs, and the systemic failures of higher education that have all played their part. Let's talk about the last one. Okay. America's modern education system, this is the last paragraph I read, I promise, where it failed to provide marketable skills to an entire generation, going on 2 now, while massively increasing costs due to ever more bloated administration and taking on a host of projects designed to accomplish social goals rather than prepare people to be productive. This is not an insignificant contributor to our country's present sad state of affairs. Okay, very, very shocking to see this. I thought this was a completely different person. I'm being totally honest here. And yet, I feel like, if we make some honest comparisons here, I really believe that it's very easily compatible. For example, the narcissistic mother might be something along the lines of what you might call a Karen, who's so invested in, being environmentally friendly and standing for activism and being very fake and fraudulent with her moral aptitude, and just being a horrible general in of itself, spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on things that don't matter, like luxury clothing and so on and so forth. And then this person who is abused by that Karen, that narcissistic mother, ends up growing up developing a very strong sense of discipline, responsibility, and so on and so forth, and frugality, which are, again, all the same things that I am very much in sync with. So I agree to a certain extent here. I feel like this is a bit more of a rant, unfortunately. To a certain degree, he's making a lot of broad generalizations, but in general, you could say that some of these were true. I would say that, I hope that people don't spend so much money on $200 jeans and $50 shirts. And there are a lot of reasons why people end up being stuck in their household, right? There's a lot of nuance to this. And this is just a blanket statement, which I think it's very fair to say that this is just an opinion piece in a blog. So it's a personal blog. So I'm not going to read too much into it. I think that he deserves the benefit of doubt here because this is a personal blog. But I was just shocked at the nature of the difference between this and what was seen in his post on narcissistic mothers. So that's something I was trying to learn about. I mean, who is this Parrish Miller? He's not a doctor. In fact, he's a very, very conservative person who takes a very strong stance against like vaccines, passports. He's talking almost things that are almost pseudo conspiracy theory almost. And so I was surprised. I was really shocked. I was taken back. And last but not least, so I want to learn more about Parrish Miller because he wrote actually an amazing article there on narcissistic mothers. And yet when I read that post there, it seems like a very single-minded and very narrow-minded perspective on a more complicated societal problem. Okay. Needless to say, that is my opinion there. Okay, take it for what it is. Who is Parrish Miller? Narcissism. Parrish Miller is a writer and blogger who's written about narcissism, has a website called parrishmiller.com, written about characteristics of narcissistic mothers, but he's also written a lot about other topics as well, clearly politics and so on and so forth. What else has Parrish Miller written about? He's written about various topics such as politics, poetry, religion. What are Parrish Miller's political views? Stoic and common information, obviously, is too personal. What are the characteristics of narcissistic mothers? These are all questions. Believe it or not, this question, what are Parrish Miller's political views, was actually, in fact, a recommended question. All these questions here, I just ended up clicking. So according to an article on choosing therapy, some characteristics of a blah include not respecting your boundaries, lacking empathy, competing with you, gaslighting you, only treating you well in public, often presenting as the victim and taking advantage of others. Another article on Psychology Today states that a narcissistic mother can become controlling at home. According specific to PM, what are the characteristics? So I want to ask specifically according to Parrish Miller. So this will reference directly a site now, and it does do that just fine. So Bing now is extracting information specifically from his website to answer my question, and I want to test that out so more. So according to Parrish Miller, some characteristics include everything about her being deniable, her violating your boundaries, favoritizing, undermining, demeaning, criticizing, denigrating, making you look crazy, being envious, and being a liar in many two ways to count. Now, you can tell that this one's definitely a lot more personal, it's a lot less professional, and less objective. It's more subjective compared to the one here from Psych Today. But once again, that's all that is. And I want to wrap it off here. So there's some follow-up questions, of course, and the links, the references are here. parishmo.com, right, Psychology Today, and you have more questions that are recommended. So over here are the recommended questions, and that's basically how I came up with 1, 2, 3, 4. Only this one did I append the according specifically to Parrish Miller. So it's a very good demonstration of actually artificial intelligence itself that I want to test out. So who is gaslighting? What is gaslighting? How can I cope with a narcissistic mother? What are some other effects of having a narcissistic mother, and so on and so forth. So I think that kind of wraps up everything here that has to do with narcissism. And let's just be clear, it's done. So last but not least, well, nothing. I think that's about it. So peace out, and well, let's kind of pull it over, switch the scenes here, it's showing you this very weird thing on the side. And yeah, that's about it. So finally we're done everything I hope that we have to cover about narcissism. I never want to cover that again, ever. I'm looking at the time, it's 43 minutes, it's a crazy long video. I unfortunately therefore have to cut this one into 2 and then post one online and the other one not. I think that's actually sensible, to be fair, because looking at this, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Given the explicit content at the beginning, I might want to cut that out from YouTube altogether, and then there's another portion which was completely focused on the cycle abuse. I might just cut that out and make an entire separate video on that. Who knows? All right, so that's it. This is our signing out. Still using the old alias, but see you in the next one. Peace. Yep. Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that probably help.
You want now or you want later?
I think now is better, right? We're gonna finish it now. But I just have to think about how to move this.
Really? No, I didn't want it.
Yeah.
Just stick it around with it. Stick it around with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got an idea.
Cream better than no cream. Don't have to be 100%.
Okay.
Quick.
Wait.
Okay, it's around the line.
Yeah, it's not gonna take long.
Yeah, just stick it around. Better than nothing.
Yeah, better than nothing.
Remember, you're not home normally, you're not home with cream. You know,
I was going to clean it myself, but
I only do it every couple of weeks, so I don't wanna. I mean, since this one, how do I have to clean it? Go all the way.
there's like
I probably should sweep it beforehand.
It's okay. It still work. You sweep it, it's better.
Yeah.
Not sweep it, still better than no sweep and no weapon.
Go outside. Let it dry.
Yeah.
You need to wash it, right? To wash.
Huh?
Yeah, you need to wash it, right?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
No, you got more room now. Not like before. Little here, little there.
Thomas Paine here is the open concept. That's it. Open concept is good.
Easy for cleaning.
Easy behind it.
Easy for cleaning.
Yeah, it's just more comfortable.
Yeah. So it's better than nothing. I know it's not 100%. If you're 100% clean, you gotta get everything off the floor.
Yeah. That's what I plan with.
And this still better than you're not cleaning.
Well, the past, 2 weeks now,
I don't want.
play catch up.
I don't
There's so
want.
much stuff to do. So I said, once I'm done, I can start to go out, and then I can start washing everything down. Yeah. So maybe that's gonna be next week. I don't know. I'm gonna do a laundry too.
Okay, I got everything out now. Just push it out. Now you're in. You just get the higher. Okay. How's that? What's in the room? Yeah.
think that's about it. Huh. Go figure. Hey. Yo, what the Sights. Ready? All right, get ready. Because we got some stuff to cover. Okay. actually. No. So we're doing parish mode first. Son of a bitch. La 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 la, son of a bitch. Three, 2, 1, go. Welcome back to the Projekt ZRA. Rishav here with another marathon video right here for you, number 42, 43, whichever one comes first, it doesn't really matter. We're here to tackle some more accounting, income tax, 2023. Who would have thought? Well, really, it's actually 2022. We're doing the year 4. So, we actually have more to cover because I noticed that there's some tabs I had not covered directly related to our current, not current, but let's say it's a firm that was affiliated to our current chartered accountant, okay? And we've been with this person for roughly 3-4 years, and you know, I haven't really had any severe complaints, I would say. There's some things that are a little bit disruptive because when it comes to communication, I recognize that that's something that isn't done very promptly or very well for the particular accountant that I'm working with. But that's just because I recognize that he has a lot on his plate. He's well established, so he has a lot of high profile clients. As a result, however, I also have had to, for that same reason alone, depart from him because he has so many high profile clients. In my case, it's just not worthwhile. It's just not going to be a high enough priority, and there are other complexities and nuances to it, to the relationship. So there's potential conflicts of interest on a personal level. Needless to say, what I will say is that because we're no longer doing business, I thought that it would be interesting to see, previously my current accountant had been working for a firm. Right now he's working independently as a result of some tragedy and some difficulties he had to face. And I find that very unfortunate. It's very sad turn of events, but he did have a role to play in his own demise, so to speak. You can see, I'm once again, out of respect for privacy and confidentiality, this is all totally private. There is absolutely nothing here being given away about anybody. No names, no organizations, no nothing. However, we want to therefore also find out, okay, so previously he used to be working for a firm. Are there other associates, other accountants for that firm we can reach out to? So I tried to do my research. And so that's what you see here. That's why it's in a small window. We're not going to switch to the display scene because we want this to be largely as private as we can. And so if we do go ahead and take a look, we can find that there is, the business was called, like, there was a firm, right? And it spans all from all throughout the United States, and it's called Paget Business Services. And this business services has basically a bunch of franchise owners distributed across North America. So I'm looking for a local one. I'm looking for one that's maybe in a different district or town, maybe from the one that fell apart. As I mentioned, he no longer works there. As a couple of years, maybe 3 years ago, as a result of some falling outs, and it's very sad. I don't want to talk too much about it. Once again, it's a private affair. But needless to say, it is the firm is Paget Business Services, small business professionals, and you can see here I binged it up. You say you Google things, but you don't say you Bing things. Search it up on Bing. I just want to see what other franchises are there nearby in this particular area. Let's say you're living in Idaho or wherever it is. Is there a franchise in a certain neighborhood of your state or province or country? And I'm fairly certain Paget's only isolated to North America, but anyways. So we tried to look for that for nearby branches and addresses, phone numbers, so on and so forth. Needless to say, we weren't really successful because a lot of them happen to be quite either far away or in certain areas of my current city that I would consider to be quite shady. So they're sketchy, it's a bit ghetto, and as a result, I wouldn't go there even if I knew that there was potential for me to get my taxes done there. It just doesn't seem like a very wise idea. Okay, so that's something that I was doing in the meantime, and recognized that I also wanted to use a different search engine because Bing, right? Well, it's Bing. So it doesn't have the market share, and it doesn't have the majority of users by a large margin being like 90%. Prior to the release of ChatGPT integration, it was like 94% market share or whatever, dedicated to Google. Bing only had like 2-3% or something like that, 1% maybe. I think 3%. And maybe it's better now. Maybe they're at around 7%, but I'm still fairly certain that Google takes the lion's share, like 85 to 90% still. So we took a look to Google Maps and tried to figure out if there are any, again, better locations. And I'm taking a look here. It says of certain places in northern uptown, more to the side, to the east, to the west. There are branches, but they're all quite far. Some of them, again, are in areas that are what I consider to be downtrodden, run-down places, things that are more ghetto. Not particularly fond of going there. So I'm just going to close that for a second and get rid of that too. So on the topic of income tax, right? So that was largely a failure. We couldn't really find a place from those two search listings on Bing or on Google search, but eventually, of course, we pulled up these two tabs actually about 2 days ago, and yesterday, so the day after, I actually went to the library and did some search again, and I found out that there is actually a local branch that I might be interested in looking up to. However, when I went to that office or building suite in person, what I realized very quickly is that it was only listed online on the Paget website. It was not listed. It's not actually physically there anymore. So either the office shut down and the accountant moved away to a different location, or it's just completely unavailable. However, there is a phone number for that particular accountant, and so let's say the initials are DU. I would like to call DU on business day. So maybe 2 days from now, starting on next Monday, I'll give that call, that phone number a ring, and see if anyone picks up. Hopefully it'll be an accountant. If not, that's okay. We have plenty of choices and options at the new suite that we've already covered in a previous video. So we have plenty of options, but once again, it's a little bit of a risk. We can't tell which of these accountants, if they have good ratings, they may be completely swarmed. They have so many clients they can't take anymore. At least not before the April 30th deadline, which we'll get to in a moment right now, because that's what we're going to talk about. Or if they're a really low profile accountant, they might not do a very good job. So it might not be able to, they might even result in me having to pay money to the government as a refund. so that would not be really good. Okay, so I was just talking about deadlines. So I asked myself, right, if we are searching for an accountant, what is the deadline? What's the due date for filing income tax returns? And so it seems right here that I want to go ahead and punch that into Bing, and the result is the 2023 deadline for income tax is April 30th for personal filers. Of course, there's also one for business, small business owners, but I'm assuming the worst case scenario, right? I don't want to pretend that I fit into a more lenient category and then end up filing my tax returns too late. So for all intended purposes, practically speaking, I'm going to assume that my deadline is, of course, April 30th, so the end of this month. Okay, so we can get rid of this tab as well. Here are the deadlines, right? Filing and payment deadlines. You can see the deadline for most BLA to file this return is April 30th, 2023. And since April 2023 falls on Sunday, your return will be considered on time if the revenue agency receives it or is postmarked on or before May 1st, 2025. So you have 2 years roughly to file your your tax returns, and then if you can get all your tax returns done before this 2-year deadline, which is plenty of time, you'll be able to make it, hopefully with some what you call it, the government may refund you some money. And for the record, it's not actually 2 years, but I just felt like I wanted to sneak something, I want to slide something in because I realized the date is actually April 1st. So if you know what that means, you know. You don't have 2 years, guys. Okay, so let's close this. Basically, this is the government website. So there's a government website for filing tax returns, and they just give us a heads up. So millions of BLA filed income tax and benefit returns every year for 2022 tax filing season. Citizens of this country filed approximately 31 million returns, 92% filed electronically. Also, there were 17 million refunds processed, resulting in a total amount of $37 billion. Okay, and if you divide that by 17 million, what's that? It's only about $1,000 each person, so it's not really that crazy. We know that having information you need on hand makes it easier. Below, you'll find what you need to know for this year, including what's new. Okay. If you have a balance owing, your payments due April 30th. Your payment considered on time if you receive it or on before. Register for direct deposit and file online. Auto format return. You can register for direct deposit or file online to get any refund you may be eligible for faster. That's not really necessary for me. I'm not expecting to receive any money today. This year. So we can close that as well. Alright. So one last tab here, I think, relating to income tax. And this one has to do with, is there another one? No, this is the last one for income tax. We will cover one more tab relating to finance, however, before we end this video. And this one is actually a website, right? So in the previous video, we covered more income tax returns related material, including our search, our recon. We went outside physically to a district of our regional city and sought out an office suite. I mentioned we had 3 different tax accounting bookkeeping service firms that we wanted to compare and contrast as competitors. One of which was JBR LLP, corporate accountants. One was like a Chew tax bookkeeping. That seems like very personal. It's like a singular accountant working alone, maybe with some associates. It seems like a more personal and maybe less well-renowned. Didn't have any ratings. Neither of these two had it. But the one that did have a rating, the third one, is JFCPA. JFCPA PC right here, accounting and tax. So CPA standing for Chartered Professional Accountant, and JF, I'll just say Jenny. I won't say the last name because I don't want to make anything identify. I don't want to put out any identifiable information necessarily, but actually can't really avoid that right now. It's kind of showing right now. Anyways, the point is, here's the accountant that got 5-star reviews for 33 reviews. 33 reviews, all of them 5 stars. A stunning rating right there. Imagine going for, now obviously that means they've had hundreds, if not thousands of clients, but of all those clients that this person has had, they've all had stellar experiences. And we actually read some of the reviews for that particular, we read several of those reviews on Google, so Google reviews for that particular website. Now, we wanted to actually visit the team of this person's website, and again, you can see I'm kind of scrolling down here. I don't really want to showcase anyone's face or anything like that, but let's just read the excerpt that we have here. And the website is very dynamic, it's very brief and short, straight to the point. So you have asked a question, we are here to help. Send us a file, so that user convenient secure send page to securely deliver files directly related to a member of our firm. We are here to help, ask a question, contact, so customer service, and then immediately below you can find them, their address, and there's a map, so a widget here for the website directly showing where they're located in their local nearby area. Now they also have at the very bottom, I thought is really interesting, they have the resources tax center contact. So useful links and resources, financial calculators and guides, client portal, secure send. They have the tax center, tax due dates, personal tax rates, corporate tax rates, and the contact, of course, JFCPA. I'm actually a little bit interested, so tax due dates, I want to see what they're talking about here. Okay, so again, April 30th is a main date I'm going to go by, because that is the worst case scenario. Individuals, corporations have different trusts. Okay, self-employed individuals, okay, as well. Tax reporting and tax payment. The most important one for me is tax payment, because in case I have to make a refund, I definitely want to be able to get my payments done on time. Corporate tax, very expensive. Very interesting tables here. And then I also want to go to the financial guide or calculator to see what that's all about. College, cash flow, credit, home mortgage, insurance, investment. Please try a wide variety of interactive financial problem solvers. Simply enter the criteria to get questions answered with dynamic graphs and personalized reports. So if I go for any one of these specifically, let's say we go to taxation. Okay. Potential real estate tax. Wow, incredible. Implications of paying interest, tax refund estimator. Did you withhold enough taxes in this year to get passed? Wow. Wow, look at that. That's amazing. Look at that. Self-employed, total company pass-through, individual company ownership. Wow, patent personal tax information. Very comprehensive. Very comprehensive. Should I adjust my payroll withholdings? Wow. So there's a lot to explore here. I'm not going to get through all this, so I'm definitely just going to back out all the way. And financial guides. That's one more thing I want to cover in the footers before I decide to leave, and cover the intro. And then we'll be finished with all the tax-related stuff on this video. So life events, business strategies, how to start, run, eventually sell a successful business. That's incredible. The fact that they even have a guide of this nature is quite crazy. Use these guys to make sound. Wow, look at that. QuickBook tips, tax strategies for business owners, for individuals. So comprehensive. I want to save this website actually. This is so crazy. Avoiding scams, getting divorced, coping with major illness. What is all this? This is crazy. There's a guy. What are these blog articles? What are these things? Table of contents. What is this? So I'm actually really amazed. I'm so amazed that I'm definitely going to say that. I'm overwhelmed, and I'm going to copy this link right here live and hop over to, we'll cover studio again in a moment. But for now, we have to get down this website. This Jenny is an amazing CPA, and her team and her firm. We have to get down these resources, so we're just gonna put it right here. So major life crises and changes. how to accommodate financially. That's incredible. Taxation, accommodation. You can see the math nerd coming out of me, of course. I'm still. You can't hide it, right? I'm Asian, so we love STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, right? So I'm definitely into my financial groove right now. I'm being a total nerd, trying to be financially frugal and conservative right now. And my OCD is a little kicking in right now. My PTSD, I'm going zoning in on all these strategies that you can use to manage all the unpredictable elements of life right now using quantitative mathematical analysis. Right, that's so me. That's so me, and it plays in so well with the whole notion of the project being self-improvement because of all the upbringing. All right, that's pretty standard response to a narcissistic upbringing. All right, so let's get over here to let's stay focused now, because we went on so many different tangents on this. I can't believe the website has that much in-depth resources. That's incredible. So what we want to focus now is just this introduction here. So prior to joining a local accounting firm as a senior manager, Jenny spent a couple years in the corporate world as a finance manager at one of the big 5 banks. During this time, she obtained her Chartered Financial Analyst Chart Holder (CFA) designation and developed a strong business acumen, which helped her tremendously in guiding her clients to succeed with their business. So apparently a CFA is different from a CPA. I had no idea. Prior to founding JF CPA, Jenny was a senior manager at a local accounting firm where she specialized in working with owner-managed businesses and helping them to maximize their profitability through integrated tax planning strategies. Maximize their profitability through integrated tax planning strategies. I want to repeat that, maybe the 3rd time, because that's... Keep in mind, guys, when you have a business, you'll get charged ridiculous rates. It can be up to 50%, if not more, sometimes depending on your tax bracket. So with many years of, so that will definitely cut into your margins. With any years, basically the government's taking half of your earnings. So with many years of experience from both large and local accounting firms, she brings to the table strong expertise with a variety of industries. And this one I found really interesting because I like to be very multidisciplinary focused. So I am focused on a variety of different niches. So a variety of industries such as construction, builders and land developers, real estate, healthcare professionals, clinicians, obviously, right? Doctors, dentists, consultants, and engineers of all types of engineers, civil, private infrastructure, management, engineering, so on and so forth, software, computer, tech companies, as well as other professional service providers. So she's had experience with a wide variety of professionals. Last one. Jenny's clients often appreciate her timely response to their questions, clear guidance on what and how things should be done, and her ability to explain complex accounting and tax issues in plain language. A hallmark of expertise is to be able to explain something that's complicated into simple terms. Jenny always helps her clients to be on top of her accounting records with minimal effort. So efficiency, improve company profitability through strategic tax planning, and to make sound and timely business decisions through effective communications. Okay, that's a close. Obviously, a lot of this is marketing for sure, 100%. Some of this will be marketing, will be a little bit exaggerated, but once again, very professional. I love the website down here, especially. I definitely want to copy that, and I can't believe I actually had. I'm basically experiencing firsthand right now a discovery of another amazing resource, another amazing network of people and professionals. You can tell I'm just like nerding. I'm just like when I was exploring Reddit and I was looking at all the different subreddits and getting really, really like excited and hyped up. And then same thing with Discord and seeing all the different servers and so on. I never thought that I would run into an accounting firm and then experience the same sort of, but go figure, of course. We got the Chinese nerd, math nerd inside me right now. Totally, for sure. So financial guides, financial calculators, I'm going to click financial guides, and I'm going to just copy this link as well at the very top here. Business strategies, life is full of events. So we are going to take 2 links, not just one, and then close this tab. We'll go over to the spreadsheet and we're just going to paste it right here. Okay. And major life changes, reports, calculations, calculator. Okay, nice. So the last thing we have to cover, which I thought we would get to a lot sooner in this video, is running into like 20 minutes now. And yeah, 23 minutes. We're going to finish this really quickly. Basically, we have the last thing to cover, which is just a little tab here on a tab on a local bank. So we went online today and we made a call. We finished the call to one of our banks because we had to activate our card that we received from the mail, as well as reactivate an account and unlock certain accounts so that we can make a transaction between the dormant one and the active ones. And needless to say, we went and basically typed in. Now this is not the bank, obviously, that I obviously wouldn't show you what my actual bank is. I just typed in online banking, sign in here, so you can see that on a Google search, and then went over here and just show you. Basically, this is just symbolic of the fact that I went to a bank. So that's it. I think that covers everything finance and income tax related. This is the last video on income tax. I really hope that is. And that's because the next one's going to be more fun. We have to, and it's not just more fun, it's actually out of obligation, but also fun because we have to cover Studio Gex stuff. We're going to try and see if we can punch out a reaction and get it uploaded tonight, as well as tomorrow. So we're going to have one tonight, one tomorrow, and see if there's a difference in viewership. But we'll talk about that in the next video. Okay, see y'all there. Fucking income tax, bro. No. Oh, fuck. Let's go. income tax.
Maybe they'll cut his Achilles and behind his. They should probably just like freaking cut his Achilles and behind his knees and hope for the best. If they can, maybe they'll pull a Star Wars strap and wrap their ODM around his legs and for the best.
3, 2, 1. Yo, welcome back to the project, guys. This one's gonna be fun because we're actually getting to Studio Deck right now. We've been waiting for this. Honestly, we have a lot more stuff to cover that's behind the scenes, physical objects, got to do with correspondence and maybe, daily life and stuff like that. But we're just gonna have to put that to the side because right now we have to try experimenting with the upload schedule and the times of uploading for Studio Deck and Attack on Titan reactions. So without further ado, let's just dive right into it. This is again, I'm getting better at just getting straight to the point, and we have episode, I believe, 3/16 right now for Studio Deck, and I believe if my memory serves me right, this is probably around the time that something really bad happens to our beloved Armin. So we'll see about that. Now we're going to start off by just covering the original, no, not the original, the previous episode for about 10 seconds, and then we'll dive into the actual episode that I want to watch today. So let's just go. 3, 2, 1, go. So this is by 3/14 and 3/15.
Maybe they'll pull a Star Wars strap and wrap their ODM around his legs, and Aaron will push him over, and he'll be on the ground, and then they but then he'll like just level the whole entire place. I mean, hey, that's what it takes.
You can see Brig and Kay over there, just kind of going something around in their ears right now.
The basement could just be destroyed by now. Bro, I have no conceivable idea as to how they're used. None. Dude, because I haven't used the Thunder Spears in the problem. You use this team and they fling. Well, no, if they even if they do. I mean, he is slow. Remember that, bro. But I just want to see how what they do.
Okay, that's great. So we can move on to the next one. 3/16, I think, is the right place to go, which is right here. So let's get on. The greatest TV arc of all time. 3/16, 3/17. They're gonna do a double episode. So we're gonna double up. Okay, so this is a little bit different. Usually we have the headphones on, but I recognize that the headphones are probably not the most visually appealing thing right there because they're kind of really clunky. They're very large and clunky. So we're gonna go and try to do this just by doing just the speakers from the laptop. So there's some reverb. Just be aware that this is because the microphone's probably capturing some of the audio that's being released from the laptop. But we'll see how it goes. It should be exciting though, because I want to try to be a little bit less tightened up. It's probably just because I've been doing so many of these instructional videos and behind the scenes daily type stuff. I gotta relax, just watch.
If you throw that up, if you throw that up, poor Billy's out. If you throw that up and catch it, what should I do?
I'll watch this video, but sure.
Royal flush.
Miss. Hold on. Sorry guys. Give me a second here.
我这个，我给你打大的不是这个，我不打个，我一个。